Good morning. It is 8:30 a.m. So I'm going to call the Committee of the Whole meeting of February 15th to order. And our first order of business is approval of the agenda. So are there any additions or deletions? Seeing none, Councillor Christie.
I'll move the agenda as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the agenda as presented. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. We have the minutes from the January 18th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting. Any questions, any corrections? If not, I look for a motion to approve. Councillor McGee.
Move to approve the minutes of our previous meeting.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the minutes from the January 18th Committee of the Whole. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, the first order of business is a report from Schollie Research, and Elan Buan is going to present. So Elan, when you are ready, we will introduce ourselves. Are we going to be able to see you? There you are.
Good morning.
Can you see us here in the council chambers?
I can, yes.
Okay, so we'll introduce ourselves, and I'm going to start on my left just to change things up today. So Faye, if you would like to start, please.
Good morning, Faye McGee for Division 1.
Wade Christie with Division 6.
Morning, Jerry Whitstock, Division 3, Acme Linden area.
And I'm Ken King. I represent Division 7, the northeast of the county.
Good morning, Debbie Penna. I'm Division 2 in the middle of the county, to the south.
Good morning, Laura Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
So Elan, welcome. If you want to introduce yourself, give us a little information, and then take it away. We're ready to hear from you.
Okay, well, good morning, Kneehill County councillors and Reeve. My name's Elan. I'm with Schollie Research and Consulting. I've been working for Schollie Research and Consulting for over 20 years, and then I guess the founder, Bruce Schollie, retired in 2017, and I was able to purchase the company from him. So it's been a pretty smooth transition that way. It's my pleasure to have been asked to do this sector profile project for Kneehill County. I'm going to try sharing my screen now. Okay, you folks are able to see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, let's get started. The make sure I can find my mouse here. So in terms of the background and project purpose, Kneehill County completed a sector analysis and competitive land analysis in 2020 to review its existing industry and areas of potential growth. So in follow-up to that analysis, the county wanted to further identify growth sectors and create targeted sector profiles that highlight those industries that exhibit the greatest potential for significant growth in the region for business and investment attraction. So there were three kind of main goals or objectives to this project. Number one was to provide Kneehill County staff with a better understanding of the targeted sectors. Number two was to provide factual sector-specific data that will assist council and administration for future growth planning. And then three was to provide some relevant sector-specific information to industry stakeholders, investors, and site selectors. So you folks probably received a package that included a little background piece on the four sector profiles that look like the document to my right. And then we created some graphically designed snapshots of each of the four sectors for the industry stakeholders, investors, and potential site selectors. So these are just samples here. So the potential high growth sectors that were originally identified included energy production, agriculture processing, tourism, machinery manufacturing for agriculture, construction, and mining industries, commercial industrial machinery repair, and licensed marijuana growing and processing facilities. So the first four are bolded, and those are the ones that we focused on for this project. The industrial machinery repair is touched on a bit with the mining and machinery manufacturing, because a lot of times those organizations also do some maintenance, repair, and operations. So they do tie in together a little bit. And then we didn't focus on the licensed marijuana growing and processing facilities. Those projects seem to be fairly stalled since the original project identified this. You know, and we've got like a half-built facility in Medicine Hat for sale. So there's stuff in your region really that has stalled there as well. So the first sector that we identified and focused on was agri-processing. And what agri-processing is it involves establishments that are primarily engaged in producing food for human or animal consumption. And the other subsector under that is beverage and tobacco manufacturing or product manufacturing. And that's establishments primarily engaged in manufacturing beverages and tobacco products. In your case, we'll just focus on the beverage side of things. We're not doing any focus on the tobacco side of things. So why agriculture processing? Well, it's been identified by several sources as having high growth potential. It's a target sector for growth at both the federal and provincial levels. It's being driven by an increasing population around the world, as well as increasing per capita consumption growth. So global demand for protein is increasing due to a rising middle class and those incomes in emerging markets, particularly in Asia. And I'm sure you've all heard about the growing middle class in China and India. Canada has a global reputation as a supplier of safe and high quality food products. Alberta offers a high quality supply of primary products, and it's the third largest exporter of agri-food products in Canada. And we're exporters. We produce more than we use. We have large tracts of land and a small population base. And we've got some good trade agreements out there that should give us some potential as well. So for example, the CPTPP, or the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. The elimination of tariffs and non-tariff barriers are expected to increase Canadian exports across a wide range of sectors, including agriculture. And specifically within that, we're hearing that there should be good potential for beef, pork, and vegetable oils. So what are Kneehill County's unique selling points? Well, you guys have the right growing conditions and you have a good concentration of primary products and producers in your area. Wheat, canola, and barley are your biggest grain and oilseed crops. You've also got quite a number of cattle and hog operations, along with some specialty bison, lamb, and other crops, other livestock and crops as well. Agriculture provides a lot of employment in your region. It's the biggest employment sector in the county. There are many reputable agriculture, food, and nutritional science programs in nearby institutions. Olds College, Lethbridge College, Lakeland, Medicine Hat, University of Lethbridge, University of Calgary in Alberta. And all of those are very accessible to the folks in your region. Now, the one that really stands out for me here is innovative producers. And I've said this for other places, but I think Kneehill County can really back this up. You've got 4 Alberta Agriculture Hall of Famers in your region that have been recognized for their pioneering efforts and accomplishments in both agriculture and agri-food industry. You've got some outstanding young farmer nominees and recipients, along with various others. And these help put you guys on the map. So then we look at your cluster of agri-producers in the region, which you certainly have a cluster of them. And basically, they're all grassroots, homegrown innovators. So they've diversified and expanded their primary agricultural operation. And then market access. You guys are next door to a market area of 1.5 million people with the Calgary metro region. Alberta's overall well-positioned, being a one-day drive from the ports of Vancouver and Prince Albert to export to Asian markets with that location. And again, Calgary's really emerged as a major transportation and logistics hub in terms of their infrastructure there. And so that's a real benefit for you guys to be next door to them. And lastly, there's a lot of supporting organizations. So right within your county, you've got retailers, farmers markets, you've got Community Futures, Wild Rose that has done some good programming. And then once we go outside your region, which we don't have to go very far, Alberta, we've got the Food Processing Development Center in Leduc and the Canadian Beef Center of Excellence in Calgary, just to name a couple. So some of the big opportunities that are being highlighted in agri-processing these days are farm direct marketing, including things like farm gate sales, farmers markets, U-Picks, gift baskets, mail order, e-commerce, and that sort of thing. So I think you're seeing a lot of your producers in your region picking up on those trends. There's opportunities in vertical farming operations, greenhouses, aquaponics, and hydroponics operations. So we're starting to see fish farms on the prairies, and every time I turn around, I'm finding that I can get microgreens that have been grown on the prairies as well. Another opportunities in the meat and specialty meat processing. So you guys have seen some growth there. Snack foods, functional foods, and natural health products, along with processed foods. Grain and oilseed milling is an opportunity, along with pulse processing. Animal feed, as well as premium pet foods, are another opportunity. Pet foods was, saw quite remarkable growth during the pandemic. And then last but not least is the beverage processing. So we're seeing a real emergence of craft breweries, wineries, and distilleries in Alberta. The province is really well set up for these because AGLC is probably one of the most accommodating and supporting regulatory bodies in Canada. We've got the Brewmaster program at Olds College, and then the premium crop inputs in the region are just some of the main reasons for that. So in terms of implications, what do agri-processors need? What does this mean for the county? Well, they need available labor or availability of qualified labor at an acceptable wage rate. And in your case, this is part of providing those good quality of life factors so that you can both attract and maintain labor in the region. A big one is sufficient water in terms of quality, capacity, pressure, reliability, and I guess the cost too. Have we got some appropriate rates for industrial and commercial users? Sufficient wastewater treatment is also really important. So can the local wastewater facility handle the volume and quality of water? And that's actually one of the major reasons why Roquette set up their plant in Portage la Prairie versus Regina, was the wastewater treatment. Reliable power is really important, and if possible, a site that's fed from 2 utility substations. Three-phase power is required even in small cleaning facilities. The logistics that minimize cost and support high customer service. So once again, that general vicinity to Calgary is a real advantage for you guys. Internally, you just want to make sure that you've got the roads and highways and unimpeded access to highway interchanges. Those be important from an internal perspective. And then speed to market. Food plants need to be designed and built in a hurry. So 12 to 15 months from initial kickoff of design to start of production is typical. So you want to try to avoid those lengthy site searches and anything that impacts schedules such as wetlands mitigation or other permitting challenges is scrutinized. And then you also want to have those manageable geotechnical issues. So that's things like soils, are they difficult to compact? What's the runoff in the area and some of that more technical stuff. So I'll just pause there for a moment and see if there are any questions, comments, concerns about the agri-processing sector, why we picked it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have a question to this point? Looks like, Elan, they're letting you off easy to this point.
All right.
So you want to continue?
Well, of course, I started with the easy one. Okay, so now we're going to move into tourism or the visitor economy. And this otne's a little different in that it's not a specific sector. It touches on a number of other sectors, which include accommodations, food and beverage services, recreation and entertainment. Those are the key ones for your county. And then to a smaller degree in your county would be the transportation and travel services. So a tourist is someone who basically stays in a place outside their usual environment for not more than one consecutive year for leisure, business, or other purposes. So why did we pick tourism? Well, it's one of the purest forms of economic development. It showcases your community not only as a place to visit, but maybe to live. It could also be a place that a person might want to work or start a business. And it showcases some of your best quality of life amenities, such as your trails, parks, and activities. It crosses multiple industries, as I just indicated. It supports economic diversification. So it's about bringing new cash into your community. It creates jobs, particularly for rural youth. So that's helpful in I guess, keeping your rural youth in your region and making it an attractive place for people to live. It's an economic stabilizer. And it's also been identified as an area for growth provincially and nationally. And then I'll just also point out that businesses in these industries, such as the restaurants and recreation facilities, serve both visitors and local residents, right? So it's good from that perspective as well. So what are the tourism trends that are going on right now and that sort of, I guess, position Kneehill County well for this? Well, with the pandemic, we had the rise of rural because visitors are seeking off-grid, wide open spaces. They weren't able to do international travel, and we weren't able to bring international visitors into our area. So this works really well for the rise of the rural. Folks are looking for experiences to immerse themselves in. So they're looking for activities that involve culture, nature, and the outdoors. And food tourism is on the rise. So unique and memorable drinking and eating experiences as exploration of a destination are what folks are looking for. These experiences typically can't be reproduced in another location due to a combination of local ingredients, techniques, history and landmarks. So those three really all lead to that very last one, which is agritourism, and that's certainly on the rise as well. And agritourism generally refers to tourist activities that occur in rural areas where agricultural production and farming occur. It'll include things like farmers markets, agricultural fairs, and culinary tourism, including food festivals and harvest celebration events, that sort of thing. So what are Kneehill County's unique selling points? Again, you've got this great location and market area. Over half of Alberta's population is within a 3-hour drive of the county, and nearly 1.8 million Albertans can access the county within a 2-hour drive time. As well as you can piggyback on some established destinations in your region like Drumheller and Rosebud. You're able to offer that relaxed rural setting, things that are away from the hustle and bustle of cities, kind of off the beaten track, but you're still close to amenities. You're a food production region, so you can certainly hit that culinary factor. You've got unique stops like Country Cousins Restaurant, the Country Roads Farm and Bakery, Harvest House, High Seas Coffee Companies. You know, I yes, some of those eateries and whatnot are popular. Definitely have some unique natural attractions and vistas. Horseshoe Canyon, of course, stands out. The Dry Island Buffalo Jump and Orkney Lookout are some others. And you've also got some unique accommodations and venues. You know, I guess the one that really stands out there is the Good Nights Medieval Encampment. And, you know, these unique lodging experiences really become the experience anymore. And then you've just got a number of great activities and attractions in terms of museums, shops, eateries, golf courses, camping, you know, any sort of number of things that maybe aren't quite as unique, but still quite important as part of your tourist offering. So in terms of some of the opportunities that are growing in this sector, is the innovative, unique, inspiring, high-quality accommodations such as the comfort camping or glamping. Again, Good Nights Medieval Encampments, kind of the prime example of that. Campground development's always really good. The agritourism activities that we spoke of earlier. Trail development. Hiking was the #1 sought-after activity in 2021. And I often hear municipalities and parks directors say that actually trails provide some of their best returns on investment compared to other recreational amenities like arenas and swimming pools, because they can be used by so many different types of users. Guided tours, programs, activities, and rentals are popular. Culinary experiences using local food products. And tourism product packaging. So that's where you know, a couple or 3 different vendors get together and package their opportunities and provide a more rounded experience for the visitor. The other one that I'll just mention to you folks is Indigenous tourism is a great and rising opportunity as well. It does need to be driven by Indigenous communities or people. So, you know, I just keep your eyes, ears open to that. If that ever comes knocking on your door, that you may have a great opportunity to develop some partnerships with that. So what are the implications for you guys? What do tourism providers need? Well, like everything, they need labor. And it was really, that industry was really disproportionately hit by the pandemic. They had to lay a lot of people off, and they're having trouble attracting those people back because they you know, went out and found new jobs or careers or upskilled and got some new skills and are in different industries. So that's certainly one of their struggle areas. If we're looking at agritourism, the zoning being tailored to agritourism will be important. So as great as it is, it can lead to a lot of land or neighboring conflicts. So it's really a good idea to nail down zoning around agritourism, making sure that you guys have a good definition of what it is and what it is not. It's important probably to keep in mind that part of agritourism is about supporting your agricultural producers. It's helping them to diversify their operations. And it's also helping to educate the public. And ideally, the idea is that we build better public support and understanding around agriculture. Ontario and BC have done a lot of work around this, so there are lots of good resources out there that you can work with. You don't necessarily have to start right from scratch on that. It's important for the county to provide supporting infrastructure to ensure a good experience for visitors, because you want them to come back and tell their friends to come. And so this includes things like signs and wayfinding, having a good experience on the road, access to amenities. So, I mean, everybody needs a toilet, they need a place to eat and fuel up, and potentially accommodations. Business supports. Now, self-employed entrepreneurs account for about 99% of Alberta's tourism-related businesses. So keeping in mind that these are you know, pretty small operations and you know, single families or you know, single entrepreneurs that are trying to do it all. So any sorts of supports that you can provide to them are very helpful. And I've seen already that you guys are doing some good work with this, partnering with Community Futures Wild Rose. They had a Need Agritourism Challenge, bringing in Alberta Open Farm Days. And you know, you guys might find that you want to partner up with some of these folks and maybe create a agritourism toolkit for providers. And then marketing and promotion, same thing. There are a lot of small folks, but counties and municipalities do have a role to play here. I love that you guys have a section at your website, a visitor section that says things to do. It's really easy for municipalities to fall into the, you know, let's list all the amenities and activities, but it's really about the experience. So the things to do is great. And I see you also doing things like hosting the long table dinner and country market at Horseshoe Canyon, which I think is great for the marketing and promotion as well. So I will pause again and see if there are any questions, concerns, comments about tourism or the visitor economy.
Any questions? I don't see any again, Elan. I guess you're overwhelming us with the information, so feel free to continue.
I will. Okay, so now the next one is energy. And energy, in this particular case, we're looking at 3 subsectors. We're looking at oil and gas extraction. We're not specifically including the oil sands in this. Services to oil and gas extraction, and then other electrical power and generation, pardon me. And that includes things like solar, wind, geothermal. It doesn't include hydro or nuclear in this case. So why do we look at energy? Well, global demand for energy is expected to increase, especially as developing countries like India, China, Southeast Asia, and Africa emerge as more dominant forces and grow their middle classes. And uses of all forms of energy are going to be needed to meet that demand, from oil and gas to renewables, nuclear, and hydro. Now, this one won't come as any surprise. I'm sure you guys are all well versed in this, that Alberta is Canada's energy province. We've got the 3rd largest oil reserves in the world, one of the world's largest unconventional oil deposits. We're the world's 3rd largest supplier of natural gas, and Alberta accounts for about 2/3 of Canadian production. Alberta is the country's driver of innovation and expertise in the oil and gas market. And the province is well set up for oil and gas activities with pre-zoned industrial lands, ready access to water, a skilled workforce. The province has a large network of oil and gas pipelines, as well as multi-commodity oil and gas distribution centers that connect Alberta's oil and gas to ports. And then Alberta is Canada's leading jurisdiction for renewable investment, with over $2 billion that's been invested since 2019. Alberta has the 2nd highest potential to produce solar energy in, sorry, I skipped one here. We're the 3rd largest wind market in Canada after Quebec and Ontario. And then, yes, we have the second highest potential to produce solar energy in all of Canada after Saskatchewan. But Alberta's got the strategic advantage in that it's got a deregulated market structure. So it makes it more attractive for private investors to get involved. And then we're right beside the United States, which is the largest energy market in the world. Now, here's the contentious points here. There's some big trends of impacting energy right now. So natural gas, I guess we'll look at the positive first. Natural gas is definitely emerging as the leader to displace coal-fired power generation. And our province does have a strategy for our natural gas. The green energy movement is driving growth in the renewable energy sector, and we're seeing costs go down quite significantly in renewables, so it makes them more palatable for investment and basically doing renewable projects. And then clean tech growth, which is kind of its own separate thing, but it's an area where Canada excels, and we're definitely at a national level, this is an area that they're sort of trying to drive. And clean technology is really any technological process, product, or service that uses less material or energy, generates less waste, and causes less negative environmental impacts than the industry standard. So it can really go across a lot of different industries, but the reason I bring it up is our oil and gas industry is the largest contributor to clean tech spending in Canada. So about 75% of the approximately $1.4 billion spent annually comes from oil and gas. Now, the negative side of things, which again, I think you guys all know about, we've got these growing regulatory barriers and hurdles. We've got some policy decisions that really aren't very favorable, and they lead to uncertainty. And investors don't like uncertainty, and so that's why we're seeing a big reduction in investment in our oil and gas sector. And not just that, it's a lot of the big energy projects. And then lastly, related to all that is there's a challenge in getting product to market because of all these points above. So a lot of block pipeline expansions are limiting our growth as well. But nonetheless, I still think Kneehill County's got some strong features here. First of all, you're close to the source, or the location. So you're located in the Western Canadian Sedimentary Basin, which contains one of the world's largest reserves of conventional oil and natural gas. We're finding that new gas reserves in the WCSB are expected to come from unconventional sources such as coal bed methane. And the Horseshoe Canyon Formation is one of those sources. And then Central Alberta is one of Canada's sunniest and windiest places, making it the ideal location for renewable projects. The average solar power system in the region can produce 1,330 kilowatts of energy. Again, you guys have an established industry and infrastructure. So after agriculture, oil and gas is the second major industry in the region. Kneehill County is growing its oil production, so it's expanding there while it's kind of dropping in a lot of other parts of the province. And you've got an above average concentration of businesses in, we call it the sector, mining, quarrying, and oil and gas extraction, but it's more specific oil and gas extraction for you folks compared to the provincial average. Again, you've got all the infrastructure, the integrated network of gas pipelines, gas wells, processing facilities that connect into the province and go to ports. And then the fact that we've got the Ghost Pine Wind Energy Center and Kneehill Solar Project, we've de-risked some of the investment to a certain extent because somebody's taken that risk and set up those initial projects. And then expertise, again, the labor skills and knowledge is really good. Alberta's renowned for its innovative and skilled workforce in the energy industry. We've got colleges, polytechnics, and universities that provide specific training. And one of Kneehill County's top 5 labor force subsectors is support activities for mining and oil and gas extraction. So we can see that there's a cluster there. And as I mentioned earlier, there's that sort of critical mass of companies and supply chain companies in the area. So oil and gas is the second major industry in the region. You have that above average concentration of businesses in that sector. And along that line, the next industry I'm going to profile is machinery manufacturing. So it's very much tied to that energy supply chain. So there are opportunities all along the supply chain for things like environmental monitoring, maintenance and repair, transportation, reclamation's a big one these days. And then just these technologies, these clean technologies that improve efficiencies and performance, as well as using data for that. So I won't go into a lot of detail about it because I think for the most part, what we're seeing is, the opportunities in the renewables, and then how do we become more efficient in extracting or producing energy overall. So the considerations for Kneehill County, it doesn't matter what your energy source is, what do you do with decommissioned sites? Because at some point, that's probably what's going to happen. Solar, that can create a lot of land use conflicts. I think you mitigate that by having a strategy in place. You identify where and what is appropriate or inappropriate. For example, it would be prudent to, probably decide that you aren't going to turn productive agricultural land over to a solar farm, but you might identify some small scale solar sites like rooftops or walls, as good places, along with marginal land, and it could be abandoned industrial sites, an old landfill, or there's certainly some abandoned well sites that are becoming solar operated as well. And then wind energy, you guys have done a project, so you probably know all this. They can create a lot of workload for municipal governments during development and construction phases. A lot of permits are required. And just anywhere kind of along the whole supply chain, the operators are going to need shovel ready industrial sites in order to sort of set up shop. So I'll pause that again to see if there's any comments. I guess the other thing I would just add prior to that is particularly with wind and solar, they're good at creating jobs in the construction phases. They don't necessarily create a lot of jobs at this point in time at an operational level. So usually, for example, solar, they monitor a lot of it on the computer, and somebody will get a contract to provide some maintenance of the site, and they'll probably send their technicians out from Calgary or whatever. So it's not something that necessarily creates a lot of employment once it's up and running, but it is a great job generator at the construction phase.
Okay, once again, are there any questions at this point? Boy, you're getting off easy, so.
It's maybe too early in the morning for them.
If you want to continue.
Okay. Well, this folds nicely into the last sector that we're profiling, which is machinery manufacturing and metal fabrication. So I've kind of got two subsectors here. The machinery manufacturing is establishments primarily engaged in manufacturing industrial and commercial machinery. They can assemble parts into components, do sub-assemblies, and complete machines. They may make the parts themselves or use general metalworking processes or purchase them. And then there's the fabricated metal product manufacturing, and these two really feed into each other. So this subsector is establishments that do the forging, stamping, forming, turning, and joining processes, to process ferrous and non-ferrous metal products. Things like cutlery, hand tools, architectural and structural metal products, boilers, tanks, shipping containers, hardware, spring and wire products, turn products, bolts, nuts, and screws. So that's kind of the big laundry list of what this industry is composed of. So why would I look at machinery manufacturing and metal fabrication? Well, Alberta is one of Canada's 3 major metal and machinery manufacturing centers. Its strengths lie in mining, oil and gas field machinery manufacturing, and the construction machinery manufacturing. We're known for our world-class design and engineering capabilities, machining and welding as well. If we look at specifically fabricated metals subsector, it's Alberta's 3rd largest manufacturing subsector after food and chemicals. It makes up 13.3% of the province's real manufacturing GDP. That number's from 2016, so it is a bit old. And the machinery accounts for 8.9% of the sector's GDP. And if we compare Alberta's fabricated metal subsector to the Canadian average, it's quite a bit larger. It's actually significantly larger in Alberta than the national manufacturing sector. So growth in this sector is due in part to the high level of activity in the natural resource sector in Canada. So we've got several vibrant manufacturing subsectors that have been built around the province's abundance of energy, agriculture, and forestry. And so, when I say it supports the region's economic capacity in value-added agriculture, energy extraction, transportation, and construction, it really, it is a key part of those previous industries that we talked about. One of the challenges in Alberta is it's very much tied to our energy sector, though. So, of course, when we see our energy sector go down, we tend to see this go down as well. The impact of oil sands activity on manufacturing is way higher in Alberta than anywhere else in Canada. And most of the demand tends to come from our domestic market. So a lot of our outputs tend to stay within the province. So again, what makes Kneehill County unique in terms of this? I mean, once again, you're in that strategic location. You're in the heart of a strong oil and gas production industry and a good agricultural region. You guys have some kind of unique innovations come out of that as well. You've got good transportation corridors. You're 150 kilometers from the city of Calgary, which is a major logistics and transportation hub. They've got the international airport, the logistics park. We've got a great highway, the QE2, which is part of the Canamex corridor. And then Highway 36, Alberta's high-low corridor, is adjacent to the county, and that's considered a strategic asset to the metal fabrication industry. Labor, skills, and knowledge. Again, this is a strong point for Kneehill County. Over 55% of the county's population, working age population, so I'm looking at 25 to 64, who have a post-secondary education. Of that, 1/3 have an apprenticeship or trade certificate or diploma, which compares to only 17% of the provincial population. And again, when I start looking at those details, Kneehill County has a higher proportion compared to the province of individuals whose major field of study is mechanic and repair technologies or technicians and precision production. You've also got some great educational institutions. So Alberta's colleges, polytechnics, and universities provide industry-specific training. NAIT is one of the largest producers of trade students and apprentices in Canada. And Alberta has one of the best apprenticeship programs in Canada. The Alberta apprenticeship system features several key programs that distinguish it from other provinces, especially the Registered Apprenticeship Program, which, or RAP, as you guys might be familiar with, which connects students with apprenticeships. Research and innovation. Alberta's got a number of research institutions and innovation networks. Specifically in Central Alberta, we've got the Central Alberta Regional Innovation Network, or CARIN, and it operates between Calgary and Edmonton. It partners with other institutions like Olds College and Red Deer Polytechnic to develop new innovations and technologies in the area. The Red Deer Polytechnic Center for Innovation and Manufacturing, it used to be called the Red Deer College Center for Innovation and Manufacturing, which was less of a mouthful. Anyways, that offers a full suite of tools and expertise to manufacturers, including business strategy consulting and access to advanced equipment like 3D printers. And then CARIN also has a catalyst incubator that's specific to Central Alberta entrepreneurs that are looking to develop their business concept in the manufacturing, technology, smart agriculture, and oil pivot industries. And it's the only program that focuses on manufacturing, agriculture, and oil pivots. And then you've got this integrated and nimble supply chain of I guess there's this cluster, particularly in Linden, of manufacturers and fabricators, and they have their own little, I think, kind of way of connecting and working with each other, and that's certainly an asset. It's one of those ones that's hard to put into words, but it's definitely there and definitely worth noting. Again, there's a number of different opportunities. These first couple bullets come from the CME, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, as items that we currently import into Alberta, particularly in the oil sands. Food processing equipment, if we're seeing more value-added agriculture and agri-processing in Canada, particularly Western Canada, we're going to need the equipment, and most of that is coming from Europe right now. They've got the kind of the stronghold on that. We're also seeing a lot of increased interest in Alberta for hemp, and so there's going to be needs for bast fiber crop processing equipment, and that's something that was identified from the Wild Rose Community Futures report that was, or project that was done just a couple or 3 years back, I think. And then if we've got these wind energy products, we're going to need manufacturers to repair and rebuild the wind turbine gearboxes. They tend to be large part manufacturing, which Alberta is good at, and doing some load testing rebuilt gear units. So I think the areas where there's the real opportunity, though, is to just help our local manufacturers to be competitive, be and stay competitive. So that's part of that's expansion into the global environment. Where if we see the industry in Alberta kind of softening, how do we help them to diversify? Are there opportunities in other parts of the country or the world? And then you've probably heard about Industry 4.0, or the digital revolution, and that includes things like artificial intelligence, automation, robotics, and additive technologies. So these investments are making manufacturers more agile, flexible, and resilient, as well as responsible to customers. But Canadian manufacturers face a lot of challenges in this. The new equipment and technologies are expensive, and the return on investment is uncertain. Businesses aren't always aware of what technologies are available. what their benefits and capabilities are, and how they would either fit into or disrupt their existing operations. And then on top of that, they need the expertise or skilled labor to implement and operate. So that can be a challenge as well. So what are the considerations for Kneehill County, for you folks? Again, that skilled labor is important. So this is both the trades as well as, like I say, that it's starting to become more digitized and technical. But it seems like that's always kind of right up there, number 1, 2, 3 with manufacturing is that skilled labor. Again, like I say, the manufacturers need a lot of help in being competitive, and I think anything that municipalities can help them to be competitive is hugely beneficial. So they're going to need swift approval processes. You know, a long approval process can delay investments and cause the business to lose market opportunities. And you know, the CME surveys are finding that at a municipal level, manufacturers feel that they're you know, having steady increases in user fees, taxes, and other special charges. They're going to need reliable and affordable energy, similar to what we talked about before. They're also going to need shovel-ready industrial land. You know, probably at some point, if they're trying to expand, you know, they may need to move outside of where their current operation is. And quite often that's into a county outside of a town or a village. That export knowledge and support, you know, this sector is definitely dominated by small and medium enterprises, which are most likely to be locally owned. So they, you know, they've usually emerged and they exist in large part to meet the local or regional economy. And they don't often have a lot of expertise when it comes to things like trade agreements. So any help that we can provide them there, again, that CPTPP agreement is expected to open up some opportunities for machinery manufacturing. And then the digitization piece is huge. You know, it's sort of a global fact across Canada that small and medium-sized manufacturers suffer from lower levels of digital maturity, that technology adoption, the skill sets to implement technologies compared to their larger peers. So it's just, you know, it's so important to help them to, I guess, be competitive and implement that. And a piece of that too is definitely access to high-speed connectivity with reliable connections and low latency. So that's machinery manufacturing and metal fabrication. Are there any questions or comments there?
Once again, I'll ask the question. Any questions? Once again, you're not being overwhelmed with questions, so.
I warned Elan it could go either way. There might be a lot or there might be none at all.
Okay. Are there any questions, comments, observations about any of the pieces that I presented before I sign off here?
Yeah, Councillor Christie.
Well, just a comment, you talked about directing renewable energy onto marginal land. It's kind of difficult when those deals are made on private landowners that we have to accommodate. So I'm not sure how a municipality can direct that development to more appropriate areas.
Okay. Yeah, and actually I'll have a look because there are some studies that have been done in other areas and you know, that I looked at when I was doing this. So if I can find some of that, I'll maybe just send it off to Jacqueline for you guys to reference. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a tough one, right? You know, but I believe as a county, that's something that's important to you guys too, is that you want to protect those productive agricultural lands for sure.
Reeve Whitstock.
Thanks, Elan. Further to Councillor Christie's comment, provincial policy doesn't well, it doesn't allow projects like that to be developed on undeveloped land. It has to be cultivated land.
Okay.
And that's the issue that we're having is cultivated land is the productive agricultural land. You're not going to put it on a side of a coulee or in an ESA. So government policy either has to change, or I'm not sure how you can make that change.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess just going back to your presentation, it seems like we have a lot going for us. And to go forward, one of the things that I see is having shovel-ready industrial land in place to make things easier for the development of our economic side here in the county. Is there anything else that we as a county can do right off the bat to make that happen, or anything else that we need to bring in economic development on the industrial side?
Yeah, no, I think that's a big one. It was like I say, I really enjoyed doing the research on this project, and I was kind of amazed and surprised in some ways how much of what's happening in your county has come from within. You know, you've got the Price family that have obviously invested heavily and driven a lot of activity in your community. Not very many other I guess I'll just say municipalities or communities, you know, have that. So they're striving a lot harder to bring in economic in business activities into their region. Whereas I think what you guys, you know, probably want to spend more of your time on doing is how do you foster that local stuff. So are there opportunities to you know, instead of, I mean, incentives are always, they're important. They're a good piece of your toolkit, but instead of trying to incentivize external investors, are there tax abatements or, you know, something along that line that you could do that would make it easier for your internal people to grow and develop? So I think that's a piece of it, as well as you know, having some strategies and thoughts in place around how do you mitigate land use conflicts as well is another one.
Yes, thank you very much, Elan.
Are there any other questions? Anyone else have a question? I guess I would have a comment, and when I sit here and listen to you, it's sort of overwhelming in terms of where do you begin. And I appreciate the fact that you've not only outlined some of the problems, but you've also sort of pointed out some of the strengths that we have. And I think as a council, we really haven't yet resolved in our own minds exactly what approach we want to take towards this. And I think that's part of the reason why we're not asking you a lot of questions, because we don't have a solid strategy. So hopefully what you've delivered to us today will be that foundation that we can begin to build some of that on top of. So thank you for your comments and for your presentation. So are there any other questions? Okay, Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks so much for your presentation. Two of the things that I noticed you said were reliable and affordable energy and high-speed internet are important for economic development. So kind of just, you know, backing on what Councillor Christie and Reeve Whitstock said, some of that's out of our hands, right? So just what would be some suggestions to us as to how we can maybe advocate or lobby to improve some of those things that are so important for people to come here and do business here?
Yeah, well, I mean, part of, I guess, setting up some of your shovel-ready industrial land will be, you know, getting that infrastructure in place, or having a plan to get some of that infrastructure in place. Yeah, the high-speed internet, I mean, that's a challenge all across this country and, you know, many other places as well. But, you know, I always tell communities, don't wait for somebody to come in and save you. You know, and you look next door to Olds. I mean, they've got a great example there. Mind you, they've got a higher, you know, a bigger population to work with. They're closer to the QE2 highway and stuff. But, you know, again, just to be aware of it and do what you can to, you know, bring that infrastructure in, and then probably to identify areas where it does make the most sense. Where can you tie into you know, that three-phase power? You know, there's going to be certain areas where it's easier to do that. Now, once again, working with utility companies, I find a bit frustrating. I think Alberta's got, again, an advantage in that because you've got more than one player, and I think they're a little more, you know, open to that. But if we're looking at the United States, their utility companies come to the table and help drive investment attraction, and that's just a general weakness in Canada. Our utilities tend to just you know, be a follower. They're just providing what's being asked of them.
Were there any other questions? Okay, Ilan, at this point, it looks like you have exhausted our supply of questions. And we certainly appreciate your presentation this morning, and thank you for the work that you've done. So.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity, and yeah, I hear you saying that you feel a little overwhelmed, but I do hope that sort of saying these are some areas that you can really focus on does help narrow that you know, that big picture for you. You know, you're not maybe going to focus as much on you know, for example, you know, a marijuana operation or something like that. So I do hope this helps you to some degree.
Well, I know you've certainly given us some food for thought, and there has been some conversation around the council table regarding this very subject. So hopefully this will be a foundation that we can build on. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ilan.
Okay, so Jacqueline, you had some additional comments that you wanted to bring to our attention?
Yeah, I just really wanted to touch base with council briefly about sort of what we're working on and how we got here. So as we looked, you know, in the strategic plan, as we look at pursuing focused growth, we've really been working down a timeline, and I put together the sheet for you just really as an idea to show what that pursuing focused growth timeline looks like and what that investment readiness looks like. So essentially, I have to thank Elan. She was amazing to work with. You know, we brought her back on. We brought her on with us in July of 2021 through an RFP process, and I threw a truckload of data at her, and plans and reports. And I said, this is where we're at to date, but now you do the data research and you tell us who our key sectors are going to look like. Because we wanted this to really be a data-driven profiles as opposed to opinion or desire-driven profiles. So essentially what Elan did is she took all of our reports and then she looked at all the data. And then she actually went out and consulted with some of our business community industry associations. So she had the Stats Canada information, business counts data, which is a subsect of Stats Canada. She looked at our Kneehill County sector analysis, our comprehensive land analysis that we did, our investment readiness analysis that we did. Community Futures Wild Rose a few years ago did some metal fabrication work and did a lot of planning around that. So she pulled all that and reviewed it. She looked at our Horseshoe Canyon and our tourism recreation master plans, reviewed all the data that we had in it. And then, like I said, she went out into the public. She talked to some of some general industry, you know, some of the larger industry in Kneehill County, just to get an idea of where we were at. And then she talked to, like I said, a number of industry associations and things like that. So the information she provided us today is really a data and statistical analysis of what we have currently in our county, what we can build off of, and where we can potentially be going. It's just actually a coincidence that it's being provided to you on the same day that we are doing our strategic planning presentations as well. So I'm sorry, it's going to get a little repetitive based on the questions we had around the table, but maybe it'll answer some as well. And the reason we brought this to council is because we really just wanted to have a clear idea of what our potential is, and that information, it's not even a request to approve, it's just a request to consider. There's nothing in these plans that say we have to hyper-target these industries, but if we do want to pursue focused growth, these are some of the sectors that we are going to be more successful in obtaining growth. So as we go into our planning, and it's a lot of planning that we can keep these at top of mind. So it's our strategic planning, our investment attraction, infrastructure investment, things like our infrastructure policies, any incentive programs that we look at developing, land use policies, land availability, which we'll talk about later on, hamlet strategies, regional collaboration, short-term, long-term budget considerations. These are all things that when they come to the table, we can sit back and say, okay, if we're going to continue pursuing focused growth, let's consider these sectors and what do we have to do to help build them in our region. And that's it for me.
For now, you mean?
For now, I'll be back in an hour with another hour presentation.
So are there any questions for Jacqueline at this point, or do you want to hold those so we can unload them on her later? One of the things I think that we've heard a number of times, and certainly we heard it yesterday, was compliments to our sort of the regulatory side, the permitting and our planning, and certainly sounded to me like we've got things relatively in good shape there, but there's a lot of other areas that we need to address. And I think the big challenge for us as council is to try to get that huge picture that we need to have in our heads, and then try to figure out, rather than going in 5 or 10 directions, are we going to specifically go in one?
Absolutely.
So thank you for
Thank you,
your
Council.
presentation to this point. Would anyone like to take a break at this point? Are you good?
See ya.
Okay, we're taking a recess. So we're going to take at least a 10-minute break. So we'll see. To our next item of business, which is our special events bylaw. And one of our favorite people, Ms. Hazelton, welcome.
That was recorded, you know.
I know.
Excellent.
And it's, I spoke the truth, one of our favorite people. So, welcome.
Well, good morning, council, and we're just coming to you with the special events bylaw. This one kind of piggybacks on that filming policy that we did as well. And this one, we had done it in 2020 because the original ones were ancient and needed to be updated. And now that we've had so many weddings that have taken place at Horseshoe Canyon, we've revised this a little bit based on just the activity that we've seen. And so basically, we've added some definitions to help. And then we've defined major events and minor events. We've added some more things there. And what we're really looking at is special events that occur on public lands, whether it be ours or somewhere else. We're not going after private weddings on farms or any of those types of things. You will note there's quite a few exemptions on here, but it's really the private land stuff is exempted, or nonprofits or 4-H clubs, community halls. We're not interested in going after turkey suppers or any of those things, but it's more major events that would happen on public land, and specifically what we've seen in is the weddings on Horseshoe Canyon is the big draw for wedding activity. So there is a permit. You're going to see some of the things that in this bylaw align with the filming stuff. There is a permit fee. We're also wanting to incorporate the damage deposits, same way that we did for filming. There would be a signed site agreement for the minor events, and then there would be more of a larger agreement for large events. And then obviously the insurance, those types of things have to be incurred. So very similar. Shelby's here as well. We've had quite a number. I can't remember. Do you know off top how many weddings? 21. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, there's been quite a few, and you've already booked 4 for... So, yeah, so it's a big deal. I don't know if you heard that. She has 2 confirmed for 2022 and 8 inquiries already. And we've had probably within the last couple of years, I would say probably 6 or 7 that have taken place down there. So it's really, there's some that are just very tiny and they could happen without us even knowing, but for the majority, they are coming through and getting that, and we're just wanting to make sure that we're ensuring that there's safety on site, especially for the large ones, or if they're putting stuff in there. Again, that site agreement that they sign basically says you have the ability to use the site from this time to this time. Everything has to be removed by the end of day. We did have an issue with that one time, and so that's why we've put that in there. And then the damage deposit that would be incurred is basically what we have added to that. So I don't know if there's any questions. We've reduced the days again on this one as we did with the filming. And then there's still one really old bylaw that has to be rescinded with this one that amended. We missed it last time, so that one was attached as well.
Reeve Whitstock.
Sure.
So if we have a wedding at Horseshoe Canyon, do we specify the location where it's going to happen?
I think typically they do. Yes. Correct?
Okay, it's done through, okay.
You maybe.
Parks and
yeah.
Rec.
Well, she does the specifics on the park. I do the paperwork, and so
Okay.
typically.
I would assume we do it up on top for weddings because we wouldn't want to have all that kind of traffic down below.
Yes. So through the chair to your question, Reeve Woodstock, when it comes to weddings at Horseshoe Canyon, so what typically happens is if it's at a park site and at Horseshoe Canyon, then we'll work with the wedding party to determine what the location is. And we usually suggest either primarily where we've held the long table dinner. It's just a preferred location, and then we'll recommend that they get in touch with the Nature Conservancy as well for parking, so that that's all kind of located away from the general lookout area there. So that's the spot where we most typically recommend. We have had instances where it's just a really small elopement style ceremony where it's 10 to 20 people maybe, where they've done it, completed that at the you know, on the bottom of the canyon at the end of the trail or just at the lookout point. So that's happened as well, but it all depends on scope and size of the event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Penner.
Just on the damage side, what does damage mean at Horseshoe? Say, I know it's all sites, this is for all of them, but like on a damage at Horseshoe Canyon, how do you work out the damage to sensitive areas, you know?
So through the chair to your question, Councillor Penner, so with damages, what we typically anticipate would just be just impacts on the soil on the top from traffic moving in and out. Sometimes if they're moving in, if it's chairs or whatever it may be for ceremony or a small reception, what we've seen is just, you know, tracks left or whatever it may be if it's, you know, it rains when they're moving things in or out, or things left behind as well. If it's things, could be just small items that are incorporated as parts of the event, or garbage left behind also. So just site cleanup, that type of thing. And that's what we've experienced to date, but we also anticipate, you know, there could be the potential for larger damages to the site and just environmental impacts.
Okay, any other questions? I don't see any, so Councillor Christie.
I was just looking for the part of the function insurance, liability insurance. Do you request that on anybody that comes in or not?
Yeah, that is specific in the bylaw, and it's under 6.4 item F. And we do request that, and they have to submit that to us, so we have proof of insurance.
Okay, thank you.
They also get like a signed permit. Shelby will sign off on the park side, I sign off on the actual approval side with conditions, and the insurance is in those conditions as well.
Okay, any other questions? All right, so what do we want to do as committee of the whole? Guess we'd be looking for a motion to recommend to council. Reeve Whitstock.
I would move that we recommend to council to accept the special events bylaw as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion to recommend to council the special events bylaw as it's been presented today. Any questions, concerns? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you. So that moves us on then to our strategic planning sessions. So, Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Chairperson King. This item that is here, I'll start off with some background and a short presentation before turning it over to a number of staff who will bring their own presentations forward to you. As Council's aware, we've begun the strategic planning process. And as we talked about previously, wanting to have a number of presentations, orientations and background to lead into that process, which would ultimately, shouldn't say ultimately, which will include a facilitated session, the development of a new plan, and then all the things that flow from that going forward. So the development of priorities, work plans, resourcing, et cetera. So
thank you, Carol.
One of the things that that we wanted to do, or to clarify for council, is there's through this meeting and a couple in the future, as well as past presentations made at budget, that what we're bringing forward to you as administration are thoughts, their backgrounds, their provision of advice and awareness, but ultimately the plan that you craft as council is yours. You are the masters of that plan, you're the owners of that plan, and you get to decide what's in it and what isn't. And that's part of the council governance role. So what we're hoping to do as administration through this process is to provide some insights, some advice, some awareness, some challenges, some opportunities, and really just put some perspectives or some questions out there to provoke and promote thought that ultimately you as council can talk about, that you can discuss, and that you can build, you can utilize or not as you see fit. And so today and at our upcoming meetings, in the presentations, what you're going to see is we're going to highlight some plans that the county already has. We're going to highlight some areas that we've been, some areas that previous council thought we should go. Of course, that's you're a new council. You get to decide if those are still the directions or not. As well as to, the purpose of today is not to get into the heavy discussion of the strategic plan. It's really just to put some stuff out there that gives you some time to think about, so that when we go to the process of bringing in an external facilitator, you don't have information necessarily bombed on you that morning that you have 2 hours to try and think in depth on, and then you're moving on. And so the purpose, what you'll see today in the presentations is some of that background, and you'll see staff pose a number of questions to you. But those questions are not intended to derive answers today. They're not intended to seek council's or the committee of the whole's direction today. They're put out there as questions that, hey, as you're thinking about this stuff, give this some thought, and to help facilitate council's discussion, to help assist you that way. As we go through these, what you're going to see is that we're not getting into some of the things like the discussion of dollars when we're making these presentations. Council's aware of the county's financial position. You're aware of the opportunities and challenges we have going forward. Our corporate services department, I think, has done an excellent job in bringing those forward and highlighting those to you. Today, we're not looking at, we don't want to constrain where council wants to give some thought to or where you might prioritize. And what I mean by that is it's easy for something to come forward and for it to say, oh, we don't have money for that, and be pushed aside. When maybe as council you wanted to give that more thought, or maybe that becomes a higher priority than something else, right? So we're hoping not to get into those dollar discussions today, or hoping not to necessarily get into discussion about necessarily tossing an idea out because right now we don't like it and we're going to move that to the side. It's really just putting food for thought out there. With that being said, one of the things that you are going to see, and it does sound a bit hypocritical when I say we don't want to constrain council's thinking, council's aware of the financial challenges that the county has. And so as we work through the strategic planning process beyond today, those questions are eventually going to come up. And I think what you'll see in the presentations starting today and then carrying on into our next meeting is that there are a number of ideas and plans floating around out there that there's not really been any direct funding or movement on. Council's aware, and I think we'll touch on not today, but next time, on some of the things, actually we will touch on a bit of them today, is the Hamlet master plans, right? We have these out there. They're done, but they're not funded. And so if these want to be a priority, eventually the discussion is going to be, what are they taking priority over, right? Again, not looking to get into that deep discussion today, but using today to set up some of those future things is, eventually those questions will come. But as staff work through their presentations, they have a number of things that they'll talk with you about and highlight. Some of the plans that may be that, yeah, here's the plan, here's what we've been embarking on, and here's what's accomplished and done. Or it might be, here's a plan that's really been sitting on the shelf for 2 or 3 years, if not longer, and has never been made a priority by the county. So while we have the plan, there's been no movement and it's not funded. And they'll highlight some of those things to you so that you get an awareness of some of the things that we do have out there that maybe you are or aren't aware of. As the nature of today, like I said, you'll see staff pose some questions. We're not necessarily looking for answers today. Some of those questions are designed to promote thought or give you things to think about. Some of those questions are more pure questions in terms of you might hear, and I'm gonna put Jacqueline on the spot. You might hear Jacqueline say something today along the lines of, we could go this direction or this direction, and I'm not looking for you to tell me which one today. But in order to build the plan that I think you want built, I'm going to need to know which way we're going. And that's designed to, as you get into strategic planning, to have that discussion there, not for today, if that makes sense. I mentioned about providing some background, providing us those broad directions and prioritization. And the other component that I want to bring out there for council and for the public is that the presentations today, we know we're doing this at Committee of the Whole. It is open discussion. It is public consumption. But there are some elements that we're going to talk or present to you about that are sensitive in nature, and that you might see us in some areas. We'll give 90% of the presentation, but we might give the other 10 in closed session. And that's related to if there are legal type issues, if we're talking about directions the county may want to go. It's always easy to talk about directions we want to go that our neighbors or urban partners are on board with. We want to be cognizant of those relationships if it's something that they might not be on board with. That falls under intergovernmental relations, as an example. So you may see some of those, well, you will see some of those. They're already there on the agenda that you've approved, that we deliver some of these things in closed session. And that, of course, will be done according to FOIP, but is being done for some of those legal or intergovernmental relation type concerns. So you will see that occur today. As we get into this, I don't have a PowerPoint for you, but I just want to highlight some things quickly. And I think Carolyn has it queued up to bring up the county's current strategic plan. Is the 2019 to 22 strategic plan. So this is a document that staff has been working with, that council has prepared. There are large elements of this plan that, given the last 2 years of COVID, haven't come to fruition as we would have hoped. But there are a number of things in here that we can go through. I'll just give Carolyn a second to bring it up. So again, not going through it verbatim. I'm not going to go through the assessment of the planning process or assessing the operating environment. A number of these things, mission, values, these are all things that you're going to, you've seen this document. What I really want to focus on are those key priority areas. So if we go to key priority 1, which is improving fiscal sustainability. What I wanted to do quickly moving through here is to kind of give an update or a very high level summary of, where are we at? So when we look at the side is really what I'm going to be focusing on is those bullet points on the right-hand side. So when we look at things, long-term financial planning, including asset management plan, mindful management of reserves, more closely linking service fees to cost of service, pursuing new revenue sources, cost containment and cost sharing through intermunicipal collaboration funds, responsible use of debt on multi-generational assets, protecting Kneehill County from volatility in reserves. So when we look at that one, I think overall, over the past, I guess since 19, so the past 2 or 3 years, we've made, I think, good progress in there. Have we accomplished all of those things? No, the county hasn't. And so when we look at things like the long-term financial planning, if that component there, I think we've made some very good strides in terms of updating the type of information that council's getting, altering the viewpoint that we're looking at to be more long-term in nature. But the asset management plan is one that we recognize there's still a lot of work there to do. And so that is, and that's a continually ongoing process, right? That's been complicated by some of the resource capabilities that we've had, but there's still work there to be done. Mindful management of reserves. Again, I think council's seeing more of a push in the information that you're getting in terms of what those reserves are, trying to streamline those or dedicate's the wrong word in this context, but a more overt plan as to why we're putting those reserves into place and what they're used for. You saw in the budget presentation a lot, further information on that front, which I think is, so again, strides that have been made. More closely linking service fees to cost of services. This is one we've made some progress in. There's still, like a number of these things, more to do there. There's some rate reviews and things like that that are on the horizon, but haven't been completed to date. You have seen some of those, some of those decisions have been driven by council as well. I'll use a dust control as an example. That was one that used to be subsidized by the broader tax base. Council made the decision to alter that to more of a, you can directly trace the benefit and the person receiving the benefit is paying for it. So user cost type method. So there's work being done there. Pursuing new revenue sources. This one has a number of tie-ins, so whether that's bricks and mortar assessment from an active perspective, whether that's other things that we're doing. Council's aware of the different investment strategy that the county has undertaken over the last couple of years, and the positive impact that's having on county revenues. So there is there are elements like that that have occurred. Cost containing and cost sharing through ICFs. We were one of the municipalities that essentially completed our ICFs prior to the original provincial deadline. The province ultimately extended that deadline. However, we had those, not just the ICFs, but the IDPs as well, done by that prior deadline. So that did promote some discussion. It did promote some opportunities, and where in some cases where the county is maybe contributing more, there's other cases where the county was paying probably more than they should, and we were able to scale some of those back. So there was give and take there, and I think for the region that we saw some good discussion and progress there. And I think luckily for our region, as that turned into, our region, I think, was able to build some more positive relationships through those processes. That certainly has not been the case across the province. In other areas of the province, that ICF process has probably done generational damage to relationships between municipalities. Our area, I think we went the other direction. So that's a kudos not just to you guys around the table, but to your counterparts in the other municipalities as well. Responsible use of debt on multi-generational assets, that's really an area that we haven't explored. In the budget presentation, in the initial one, you heard Bill talk about that a little bit, but again, it's an area that the county really hasn't utilized or explored. Protecting Kneehill County from volatility in reserves. This again ties into the other points mentioned there, so I'm not going to go too in depth in that. But when we look at key priority one, that's kind of very high level. Some of the things we've done, some of the things that are outstanding, and some of the things that there really hasn't been anything done on. If we go to number 2, so preserving the rural way of life. One of the big questions that came up around this one was trying to ascertain, well, what is the rural way of life? One of the big discussion points that came out of this one, beyond, well, what is the rural way of life? And then the second one, how does that balance against all the other priorities? It's very easy to say we're going to preserve rural way of life. We're not going to tie up productive farmland for any other use or do anything like that. But that's in direct opposition to some of your other goals. And so there's always going to be a balance there on these ones. And that was part of what, when we came back to council, this was one of the focuses in saying, well, what are we talking about here? Council will recall that directly related to this, the scholarship that you put out there for recent graduates or upcoming graduates, your youth scholarship, one of the first, I think it was the first question that we asked when we changed the format was, what does rural way of life or what does community mean? And that was the essay question that the students had to prepare on. And I've thought it's interesting since then that what they came back with was a lot of things that we saw in the citizen satisfaction survey. There was definitely a common theme there. And in your meeting yesterday in your tour yesterday, I shouldn't say meeting, but in the tour that you took yesterday, you heard one of our prominent business people talk about that same theme in terms of what it means for communities. So I think there's been a tie in there, and that is something that I think I would elevate as there's, we've done some things. Doing a lot of the community components of it is, again, one of those areas where if you've got a global pandemic that says you can't get together and do things and events, it's very difficult to do those things. So that one's been slowed a bit. Is there work to be done there? I think there is. And of course, that's predicated on if council still feels that's a priority, because that's ultimately a choice you're going to make. Providing opportunities for youth. This is an area that, again, county-wise, we've talked about. There hasn't been a lot of tangible movement on this one. So we did alter the youth scholarship. There are a number of other programs that we run. Our peace officers do a lot of work with youth in the schools. And of course, we've got FCSS that does a number of, that provides support for youth. Whether you consider that opportunities or not is I guess, a question. But in terms of getting very intentional about youth engagement and providing youth opportunities, that's an area where there's more work required there, if you choose to be. So that's one area of the current strategic plan. I would say we haven't moved on a lot. Agricultural support through programs and workshops. Through her group, Shelby does a lot of work in this area. So there are a lot of those that we have those programs ongoing. Advocacy through rural municipalities of Alberta. We've done, on the items that we felt were of importance, we have put resolutions forward, and I say we as the county, but we have put resolutions forward, as well as councils opted to be seconders on a number of resolutions that other municipalities have put forward. So I think, that one there, I'm not sure how that compares to in the past, but I believe from what I've seen in the time that I've been here, there's an added focus on being able to utilize the RMA for benefit of the county and the county's residents. Zoning policies, we have undertaken, Barb and her group undertook a review of the land use bylaw. So there is a number of changes when, one of the prominent ones, the number of items that we moved from discretionary uses to permitted uses. So there have been things that have occurred to forward that particular one. In terms of community safety through programs, workshops, I've commented on some of the things that the peace officers have been doing. So we have a number of those programs that we're taking part in. Now that we have 3 level 1 peace officers, we've also, our JFOs, so Joint Forces Operations with the RCMP as an example. We have conducted a number of those. So again, there's been some tangible movement in some of those areas. There is still some more to go. I think when Barb talks with you, there are a number of things that she'll talk about in terms of putting up there where council might want to go with the land use bylaw, with the municipal development plan, with a few other issues that are floating around out there. Number 3 is pursuing focused growth. So again, land use policies, I kind of touched on those in the last one. So there is a constant look at those. I won't go more in depth there. Economic development assessment and proactively attract new revenue sources. So again, if we're looking at that as a finished product, not yet. And I think that's a broad part of what you've just heard. The sheet that Jacqueline just showed you around what that timeline between 2019, 2022. This is one area that when this plan was created, the county did not have an economic development department. At times in the past you had, but there wasn't one that existed. A lot of this pursuing focused growth is actually what led to the intentional creation of an ECDev department, where it was no longer an off the side of the desk type of activity. And so the work that Jacqueline's doing, Jacqueline's position itself, really came about as a way to forward this part of the strategic plan. Because that's where it was a priority that we wanted to pursue these things, but we weren't in a position to do them from a resourcing capacity or expertise perspective. And so bringing that ability in to forward these goals was key. Improved competitiveness of non-residential mill rate. You've seen some information on that as it relates to budget presentations from corporate services. Joint and upfront investment in infrastructure. That is an area that the county's not really made a lot of traction on. So there's a number of questions flowing from that. I anticipate when you go into this strategic planning session that's one of the areas that you're probably going to discuss. Of course, you're going to tell us as admin what level of priority you put on there, what risk tolerance you as a council have, and how deep you want to go into it, because there is a continuum. You can choose to stand on the beach and look at the lake from there. You can choose to dip a toe in. You can choose to walk right in. So that there's no right or wrong answer there, but it's really council's comfort level and risk tolerance. So that's an area that there can be, I anticipate more discussion on, but there hasn't been a lot of tangible activity on that to date. Value-added agricultural enterprise, I think that's a large part of what led to, well, I shouldn't say what large part of what led to today's session that you saw, but obviously a very big component of it, right? So moving some of those things forward and getting into those discussions of how we foster them further. Strategies for hamlets, grow and sustain. This is an area that under this strategic plan has stalled a bit. And that's, there are areas there, we do have plans for our hamlets. I think Mike and his group will talk more about those. They'll come up in other places as well. But there's been no strategy put in place for funding those plans or determining which of those plans we're going to follow and which we're going to let go by the wayside. So the intentional focus from the county's priority when it comes to budgeting and doing that hasn't moved that portion of the plan forward. And so that again is a question that I anticipate in this one will be coming up as to, if we're going to put it out there as a priority, what is the strategy behind actually making it a priority and putting it forward? Ensuring communications and engagement, so understanding perceived level of importance and satisfaction with services by the residents. This one, I think the key, the tool that we forwarded this one on was that citizen satisfaction survey, which I'm going to talk about after this at a high level. So that was, I believe, the first time the county had done that, putting that out there to gauge, we have an understanding of what we think residents think of the county. Is that actually what they think? And putting that out there. What services are they happy with? Where are they saying that there's more improvement needed? And like I said, I'll come back to that. But really, that was put out there as a tool to move this priority forward. The development of an annual communication strategy plan. So again, this incurs. There's probably more depth that we can go into doing this, even to the point of highlighting that or wanting to get into there. Again, we do have to balance. We've got a communications department of one person, so there are some capacity questions there. And I'll phrase that is that there's pursue two-way communication on major decisions. Again, this is part of an ongoing thing. We have increased the amount of communication. We have increased the amount of engagement, but I think the overall assessment is that there would still be more work to be done on that front. So again, steps have been taken. But again, have we arrived at the destination we want to? Probably not yet, would be how I would summarize that. Community engagement and ongoing dialogue opportunities. This is one of the ones that we had started change the format of what we call discovery nights or the ratepayer evenings. Over the past 2 years with gathering limits and stuff like that, we have not really been able to hold those events. So they have been, council has included them in the budget in each of those years with the intent of going forward with them, but external environment around us has prevented some of those those discovery nights from happening. Those discovery nights, of course, are only one component of how we can engage and providing ongoing dialogue opportunities. So I think you'll see in the presentation, staff will talk more about some of those potential opportunities going out there. So again, I'd characterize that as one of those areas of the existing strategic plan. Have we made some steps forward? We have. Have we arrived to the point we want to? Probably not. Ensuring communications and engagement, so understanding providing good governance, improved and evidence-based decision-making. So again, internally, we've made strides towards this. Wanting to make sure that the data that we're giving council for you to base decisions on is good data, is accurate data, and as well looking at some of our internal processes to make the same thing possible for us as administration. So again, having made some strides in that area, yes, moved it forward, still working on a number of things, but there have been steps taken there. Request for decisions linked to strategic plan priorities. So again, in the template, yes, this was done. This is an area that, again, we've kind of dipped our toe in as an organization, both council and admin. But there's a lot of discussion that we don't tie these back. You know, we have their connections outlined in the plan. So that's an ongoing question for council as to how aligned or disciplined do you want to really make those decisions or those discussions. So there's an ongoing component there. Commitment to decisions through implementation, through tracking those in the action plan and making sure that those are getting done. Reporting back to council, I think that we have been doing that. The stuff that the things that council decides need to be done, I hope that council feels those are getting done. We believe that they are, and of course there's those mechanisms to track those and to move those forward. Reporting of results, again, there are a number of strides that have been made in this area, so there is still room to grow, I think, but I think hopefully in terms of the different types of reporting we do, so when some of the departments come in and do their year in review reports, some of which haven't occurred this year yet, but in past we have done those. Some of the financial reports that you're getting, so the quarterly variance reports and things of that nature, are reporting back some of those results that we're achieving to council. Further development of some of those matrices and what determines success, still an ongoing opportunity for us to continue pursuing. Developing highly skilled employees through training, empowerment, accountability, and respect for stakeholders. Again, we are making strides in this area. Is there more work to be done here? There absolutely is. We do have some opportunities to provide better alignment for some of the training. The training opportunities from our perspective are there. Some of those have been limited these past couple of years, as some of the conferences or training opportunities that have been out there have simply not taken place. So that's more of an external constraint, but internally this is still an area for us. And this is one too that we've talked with council about different strategies for approaches for moving this particular one forward. So there is still more to do there. Implement Modernized Municipal Government Act. Again, there were some changes to the act. That's an ongoing process in terms of making sure that we're compliant. Pardon me. Making sure that we're compliant with the act, making sure that our processes are updated and that they're reviewed consistently. In terms of there are some relations to the Municipal Government Act because ultimately our power derives from there. But I think council has seen a more robust action on, say, policy review and making sure that we are bringing those back in front of you. We're not through a full cycle of that, so we do still have some ones that are out there that are fairly old or in need of update. But again, that's at least on a process now where they're coming back regularly. And the instances in which we're dealing with policies that are 15 or 20 years old are not, are they still happening? Now and then they are, but it's not the commonplace. Is wanting to make sure that those processes get in front of you guys as council for your ability to influence and impact them and to make decisions as to whether they're still relevant or not. Relationships and partnerships with other governments. I think we've done this, we've made strides in this under the strategic plan as well. The ICFs were one process, I kind of commented on those. I think the reformatting or rebirth of the Kneehill Regional Partnership has yielded some good results in terms of the training we've been able to do, the joint programs we've been able to do together as a region. So again, that's one that over time can ebb and flow among, just like any relationship. But I think over the course of the strategic plan, we've made some strides in that area as well. So I think that kind of provides where that's at. In terms of the current strategic plan, that's really those things that I wanted to touch on was just that high level. This is kind of where we have been. Here's the things that we're working on. It's as you go into the strategic planning for the upcoming iteration of the plan, it's completely in council's decision making and your domain to determine, if there's parts of this plan that you say, yeah, this is still a priority for us and we need to update them and keep going, you get to decide that. If there's parts of the plan that you're saying that's great and we're satisfied there, but now we have a different priority, your council, you get to decide that too. So this is just intended to give you, here's kind of what's been setting the directions that we've been working on. And, at a high level, some of the strides we've made, as well as some of the areas that there can be some more growth on. The second document that I wanted to put out there, just to bring some awareness to, is the Citizen Satisfaction Survey. And so as stated in going through the strat plan, this was one that we put out there really with the intent of providing a baseline or an engagement as to where some of our operations were, to putting out there where citizens felt that our operations were. And so we did get some good data back in here. We've got, in some ways, it did answer some questions. In other ways, it raised more questions. And in some ways, when we looked at it, we said, geez, we know there's a question there, but we don't have the data to give an answer to. So I'm not going to go through the page-by-page breakdown of the plan. If it's not already uploaded into your Laserfiche folder, we'll make sure that it gets there. And that way you have the copy of the plan that you can go through. You can take a look at and see what it says. Like I said, there are parts of it that we look at and said, okay, that corresponds to what we felt. There are other parts of it that we're saying, okay, well we're looking at that, and it might be an area that we need to do some more digging on, or that we don't have enough data to really assess what's happening there. I'll use, Barb's in the room, I'll use planning as an example. When we did the Citizen Satisfaction Survey, there was a lower level of satisfaction with planning. But as council has heard many times, the individuals that go through our planning process have all been highly complimentary of it. So the data we get back on an anecdotal and daily basis doesn't match the data we've seen when we did the plan. And so that raises a question, saying, why are we seeing two different things? Because the feedback we get from people directly going through our process are highly complimentary of our process. And you guys have heard that among our community as well, in different tours and things like that. And so what we don't have the data to determine is that, there was no requirement to have interacted with our planning department in order to answer that question. So we don't know, because it was all anonymous, if somebody is mad because there was a planning decision that might have been the right decision, the process might have been good, but it wasn't the one they wanted. So is that dissatisfaction with the planning process, or is that dissatisfaction that they just didn't get what they wanted, and that's their mechanism to take it out? We don't, we believe that's the case, but we don't have the data to support that. And so there are some areas that we're looking at that we can say, can we dig deeper into that? You would have seen in the Citizen Satisfaction Survey that communication with residents remains a high priority. There are a lot of areas there that people feel that the county can and should step up in. What we don't have from that survey is what are those areas, or what information are we not putting out there that people want? And so it's one of those things that we say, okay, we've recognized that we're being told there's a concern here. We need to do some more digging to figure out actually the best way of addressing that concern, because we're not totally certain what it is. Is that our, we might have a great website that isn't user-friendly, right? We don't think that's necessarily the case, but again, to an external person who's not on our website consistently, maybe it is. But there's nothing in that data that shows us that, right? And there was nothing designed to pull that information out. If people are providing the comment, the county doesn't communicate enough, the obvious question is, well, what do you feel you need more communication on, right? So the survey itself was not designed to give us that level of detail, and there's follow-up there to do. To go through that, overall though, the survey was positive. There was a high number of people, or a high number of respondents were satisfied or very satisfied with what the county's doing. That doesn't mean that everybody was satisfied with everything, or that there isn't room there that people were telling us we could do better at. There was. But the overall vibe, if I use that word, of the survey was good, and showed that a large portion of the residents, they while they do see some room for improvements, are generally saying that, hey, you're doing a good job, but there's some tweaks that you can make. Some of them are things that were outside of our specific control, but when we looked at how events played out, then again, it does make us question some of the data, or if some of those were taken care of. I use the example of the number one item that came back from the citizen satisfaction survey that could improve the county was a new council. We had an election, what, 4 months after that? And largely most of you were in races and most of you are back. So when we look at that and we say, well, what happened there is if we go purely by the survey data, we would have expected a big change, but that's not what we saw. And so it does make us question some of that. Is the opportunity for the public to change that occurred, and the public said, similar to the rest of the data in the survey, hey, we think you're doing a good job, kind of stay on this course. So there were some of those that, again, when we look at that, we're saying, okay, well, we're not sure what exactly led to that, but the opportunity to fix it was there for the public, and they opted to, in large part, stay the course. So that tells us that maybe the broader public isn't necessarily in agreement with an item like that in the survey. So that's a challenging part of the survey as well, and that can work for and against us. As we go through that, some of the themes that I commented on, overall it was positive. The connection to the community was outlined as an area that could be better. Is the connection to the community a direct and specific role of council? It can be, it doesn't have to be, but I think that's one thing that we'd like to elevate from that survey. And when we go back to say to the public, how did we use that information? It's something we'd elevate to you as council is, if that is a broad theme of the rural way of life and building communities, is putting people in a position where they feel connected to their community, what is council's role in that going to be? How intentional as council are you going to be about that? Is that even an area that you want to be in, right? So again, when we talk about posing questions and coming out of that, that's one I think coming from that survey, from the youth scholarship questions that we did, and from some of the tours or discussions that U of Council has had with external ratepayers, that we'd elevate to say, hey, where does council want to go with this? You guys will ultimately determine whether you want to go far or not at all on some of those. Planning for the future, so that again, there was a view that the county could do better in that realm. Again, I think we've made strides in there, and some of that is, are we making strides, but we're not necessarily celebrating those wins, so people don't know those strides are being made. That could be part of it as well. ECDEV would have, so economic development, that again was one that came up. I won't go too much into that because not only do we have a presentation coming up on that, but I think that is very prominent on council's radar already. So I don't think that there's a lot more that we need to, that I need to add right now here. But it was one of the things that came out of the survey was, again, I think there's a large recognition out among the public that the oil and gas industry, despite what the price of oil is today, is not what it used to be and probably won't be. So if that was what our stability was pinned on, what are we doing going forward? Right. So that again, a bit of a theme that came up. Talked about how most were satisfied with services that the county is offering. One of the areas that a lot of people expressed could be done better, or that the county could grow in, was that communications or public engagement. So again, I think I think Christine and the organization have made some excellent strides in that area, but recognizing that there is a demand from the public, or there are other things that we can do to maybe grow that some more. And so we'd put that out there as stemming from the survey, that might be an item that council wants to give some thought or discussion to, based on its provenance from the citizen satisfaction survey. Land use planning, talked about the reason for dissatisfaction being unknown. We have our suspicions, and it doesn't accord with some of the other data that we have. But Barb's going to talk to you more today around land use planning and some of the challenges and opportunities there. So I'm not going to go too deep into potentially stealing some of her thunder. Talked about the theme coming out for around the Better Council. I'm not going to touch on that further. And roads listed as needed improvement. Again, roads, we would expect that to always be one of the top end priorities for residents. I think you're going to see some of that discussion, not as much today, but at our next one. You saw some of that in the orientations. We anticipate that from that discussion, there will be some questions to council as to what priorities you're placing on a number of things, what projects you want to go forward with. Council's already seen, we are proposing an update to the roads master plan to help guide some of that information. So again, that is a topic stemming from the citizen satisfaction survey, and one that we've already started to look at and make suggestions around. And again, some of the tax communication value for dollars. Overall, that was positive, but again, what are we putting out there to demonstrate that, here's where your tax dollars go, here's what they're used for, or how are we being stewards of the public purse, so to speak. So there is, that was a theme that came out. You can tie that into engagement, into those sorts of things. But again, those are some of the common or large themes coming from the citizen satisfaction survey. It is available publicly. It was a public document. It was presented to council. And as I said, if it's not uploaded into your Laserfish folder for your information already, we'll make sure that it gets there quickly so that you can read the entirety of it without me droning on and going through it here on a page-by-page or sentence-by-sentence basis. So those are some of the things that I wanted to put out there in terms of some of the general themes, bringing some of the plans. Christine will be in front of you on the 22nd. She'll talk more about some of the communications things as well. We'll touch a bit on the satisfaction survey, so you'll get a bit more of that. But there is, kind of setting that stage, putting it out there as staff go through. Again, not looking to necessarily come up with answers today, but if there are questions, by all means, please ask them. If there are discussion points that are put out there, is what we're hoping to do is to put those on the radar, and you guys as council can consider whether those are going to be priorities or not moving forward. And again, not looking to constrain you in any way, but are looking to, we'll be outlining areas where we've had this sort of direction or we've had this plan on the shelf, but there's not necessarily any strategy for implementing that, whether that be a capacity or resourcing question or whether it be a budgetary question, because we do have a few of those, but those will get touched on as we go through them. So I think with that is I'm going to stop talking now and turn it over to a few of our staff that have presentations that they've prepared for you today. And so I'll turn it over to you guys.
Just before we start those, did anybody need a quick break, or are you good to go? Good to go? All right. Welcome, Ms. Sherwick. Glad to have you with us today.
Thank
and we
you.
look forward to what you bring.
Happy to be here. Awesome. Awesome.
Cold at that end of the room or what?
Okay. Well, good morning, Council. I'll be kicking things off with agricultural services and parks this morning. So hoping to provide you with the current environment for this department, as well as some future challenges and opportunities, and just a bit of a snapshot around what things look like now. And I'll talk about specifically Horseshoe Canyon when it comes to parks as well. So first I'll start with agricultural services. So just a few things about the current environment with ag services. So first, of course, we do have some of those legislative requirements and provincial enactments that staff are appointed under to complete duties with the Weed Control Act, Pest Control Act, and then we have requirements that we must complete as part of our ASB grant as well. Current grant cycle ends in 2024, and then our programming that we have is outlined in our ASB business plan. So talking future challenges with agricultural services, keeping it really high level here, but provincial grant funding potential pressures, that's always something that's on the radar for that, just as there's, potential possibilities of change. And then in terms of getting a little bit more operational, but still something that's on the radar for us. So environmental pressures, potential increases in invasive species, that's always something that's on the radar again for our department when it comes to that. So again, certainly not limited to these challenges, but those were a couple of things that we identified as future challenges for ag services. Future opportunities, so new initiatives under land care and our extension programming, that's always something that we're on the lookout for, new topics to cover, new resources that can be provided to our producers in ag services, and incorporating local food programming and events, marketing events with open farm days. So a little snapshot there of our event tent set up for the long table dinner. So again, just opportunities there. Okay, so moving into parks. So current environment on the parks branch of the department here. So mowing and maintenance is completed for parks, campgrounds, and public lands in Kneehill County. We have our campgrounds as listed there, Torrington, Keevers Lake, Brackeneer Dam, and Swalwell Dam. Our day use areas, Orkney Viewpoint, Horseshoe Canyon, the playgrounds that we look after as well in the Parks Department, and then as well I've outlined what current master plans and then the focus group as well there. So Kneehill County Tourism and Recreation Master Plan that was completed in 2017, the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan completed in 2019, and then the Horseshoe Canyon Focus Group. So applying that local stakeholder lens to the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan, and that was completed back in 2021. And I'll talk a little bit more and go through those plans that we have currently in the next few slides. Okay. So Tourism and Recreation Master Plan completed back in 2017. It did highlight Horseshoe Canyon within there, and then some of the short and long-term actions related to Horseshoe Canyon I've got just highlighted there, and some of those have been completed. So specifically the Viewpoints Park Master Plan and trail expansion within the Horseshoe Canyon site itself. Moving on to the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan specifically, so that was again completed back in 2019. Funded in part by the province, Alberta Culture and Tourism, the Tourism Growth Innovation Fund. And then here are the strategies that are outlined in the master plan, but I'll go through those as it relates to the Horseshoe Canyon focus group and how the group prioritized those in their recommendations. So going back to the focus group 2021, the purpose of that group was to assist with and make recommendations to Kneehill County Council on matters related to Horseshoe Canyon, which will help guide future initiatives through the review of the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan and its key recommendations, as well as supporting documents and data. So the group met for 7 meetings from November 2020 to March 21. Final recommendations were then presented to Council in April 21. So in the way that in the work that the focus group did and presented all of the strategies that were encompassed in the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan, and then as well as a couple of other ones that the group identified were prioritized into strategies to consider first, strategies to consider next, and then strategies to consider later, if at all, for Council's consideration there. So going through the strategies to consider first, so improve signage and wayfinding throughout the canyon, develop a compelling brand and logo to use in all aspects of canyon promotions and operations, and sell merchandise on site. Provide washrooms at the top of the canyon, or improved washrooms, which also requires the installation of associated utilities. Collaborate with the NCC, the Nature Conservancy of Canada, and adjacent landowners. Implement furnishing, fixtures, and amenities, including Wi-Fi at the top of the canyon. Enhancing the day use area. Implement parking fees by donation. Operate site staffing with on-site ambassadors. Actively manage visitors and visitor use of the canyon. rent temporary hosting spaces for special occasions, establish a voluntary Friends of Horseshoe Canyon group, and then continue to provide regular and preventative maintenance. And then the strategies that I've highlighted here are strategies that we have, that the Parks Department has implemented just along the way. So things like, there's a continuation of some of these items. So actively managing visitors and visitor use of the canyon, that's something that's been ongoing as well, continuing to provide regular and preventative maintenance. And then there are some new things that were implemented there and are ongoing. So improving signage and wayfinding throughout the canyon, and having our on-site staffing ambassadors that we had with our pay parking pilot project in 21, and then as well collaborating with adjacent landowners. So in the strategies to consider next, again, highlighted the ones that have been completed or addressed, and are ongoing as well. So implementing paid parking at the canyon, attracting target markets to the canyon, developing trails around the canyon rim, ensuring that trail operations protect the canyon bottom, encouraging private sector opportunities that ensure a reasonable return on investment for the county, collaborate with nearby and regional tourism locations, strengthening the focus on Indigenous relationships and history. And then lastly, so this is the group of strategies that's to consider later, if at all, as recommended from the focus group's final report there. So allowing a diversity of overnight experiences to be operated by a third party, collaboratively developing a paid parking passport with other sites in the region, creating a permanent visitor pavilion and hosting space, enhancing access to the bottom for visitors of all abilities, implementing furnishings, washrooms, fixtures, amenities at the bottom, and providing necessary utilities at the bottom. So before I talk about the challenges and opportunities related to parks and specifically to Horseshoe Canyon, I wanted to take a look back and show council just some, again, high-level background information and just ideas related to these strategies that have come up just from our research over the years in the Parks Department. So we'll start in the way back. So this is an image that we have from the Glenbow archives. It's undated, but it's, yeah, I would guess one of the earliest photos that we have of Horseshoe Canyon. So this is, again, from research that we had found. So just starting at the beginning there. So the canyon was agricultural lands from around 1910 into the 1960s. And the 1960s is when we have our first documentation of showing that there was discussions around it potentially being a park site. And then into the 80s is when it became more of a formal recreational area. And then that's when that kind of conversation started. So I've included these images to show that the discussion of development at this site here is not new, but certainly the focus around environmental stewardship and conservation of this site certainly is. So this is something that ultimately, of course, a project that did not move forward, but that focus around conservation and environmental stewardship there certainly continued. So that was jumping forward a little bit into the 90s. And then again into the late 90s is when on the Nature Conservancy side, but at the time, Terra Tours was operated by Layla Nodwell on that portion of the canyon. So there was a small interpretive center that was on site there, some tours that took place at the canyon. And again, this is just more historical information around the site for council. But again, there was that focus on conserving the site and environmental stewardship. Moving forward again, so in the early 2000s, that's when the Nature Conservancy took over that site as the Nodwell property, and again with that continued focus on conservation there. Then a bit of a fast forward to 2016, we've got, that's the time when, of course, Kneehill County purchased Horseshoe Canyon, and then 2019 with the completion of the master plan there. And then bringing us forward to our most recent years there. So the canyon scene, a lot, especially in the past few years, a lot of interest around what really makes it a tourism attraction. So those unique landscapes and the historical resources like the fossils that are found there. And you can see that one article is from CNN. So a lot of press around Horseshoe Canyon there. So the next slides that I have just have some examples of some of the strategies in the master plan and some of the work that's been completed as well. So again, we've got trail expansion, events being held there in temporary event spaces. We've got different initiatives, and something that's been discussed a little bit earlier today too is we have seen that increase in applications for weddings to be held there too, and that really started after we had the long table dinner after that was being held there. And again, temporary site, fairly low impacts, and it's all temporary spaces, but something that's really unique experience that we're seeing. And then again, with that tie into the local food as well. I like to show this photo, but these are our before and after. So the top one is 2016, right after the county's purchase of the site, and then the bottom one is 2021, I believe, and that's showing just some of the most recent snapshots of what the lookout viewpoint looks like. So again, just some of the work that's been completed, and as it relates to some of the strategies that have been discussed too. So improvement of the day use areas, trail implementation, that type of thing. So this is something that relates to, this image is something that relates to the master plan. And again, it's just, an idea that's been brought forward. It's looking at that diversity of overnight experiences. This location is the eastern portion there, so past the main lookout point, but looking at what could possibly be in place there, if that's something like yurts or, that overnight glamping experience, whether that be operated by Kneehill County or by third party, or that area could be used as just an improved day use spot, as well as we now have the trail that does wrap around that canyon rim there. So again, just for some more ideas there. And then again, just showing some of the work that's been done just regarding signage on site, improving that safe access to the bottom, and expansion of those viewpoints, enhancing the visitor experience that way, and expansion of our trail network on site. Okay. So talking about future challenges, so related to, just high level again, related to the Parks Department as a whole, and then some of it Horseshoe Canyon specifically. So potential increased costs related to maintenance, sustainability of current park sites based on current levels. Again, that's something that's just always on our radar as we plan for the future just from the administration side, but again, bringing that forward. The changing landscape of tourism in the region, so this could also be an opportunity for partnership. And why I have that in there is that even from when the master plan for Horseshoe Canyon was completed, what we saw with the pandemic and dealing with that is that it's certainly changed, and it has been, as has been presented earlier today, just the impacts of tourism on sites within Alberta, like Horseshoe Canyon. So I want to include that there. And then development on adjacent and nearby park sites. Challenge in the sense of just it could influence the volume of visitors during non-peak times, but again, it could also be an opportunity for partnership. So those last two really, I have them as challenges, but they, could also be viewed as opportunities as well. And then future opportunities, development at Horseshoe Canyon, whether operated by Kneehill County or in partnership. Expansion of tourism programming at Horseshoe Canyon and potential events, that type of thing, and then expansion within select campgrounds or on other Kneehill County public lands, so speaking more broadly within the Parks Department. Okay. So just in wrapping things up, the questions that I have for council's consideration as council moves into the strategic planning process is, what are the priority areas related to ag services and parks that council would like to see explored as that relates to the master plan, or sorry, the strategic plan and the strategic planning process? And then as well, what direction would council like to take regarding Horseshoe Canyon? So those are my big questions that I have for the day, but certainly, and that's all the information I have for you, but I'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sherwick. a lot of information in a very short period of time. So I'm going to say, will you send your questions to us in some printed format, please?
Yes, I can.
And
I can
perhaps
certainly
your
do that.
presentation would be good
For
as
sure.
well.
Yes, absolutely.
I couldn't write as fast as you were talking.
I can definitely do that.
Thank you. So are there any questions anyone has for Ms. Sherwick before we? A lot of good information there, a lot of unanswered questions, and some of them from way, way back. So.
Yes.
It's tough to develop when you've got no
Use your mic.
money. Nobody else is out there. Oh, yes, they are. It's tough to develop when you don't have actually a budget or money dedicated for this project, for any of these projects. So I think that's going to become one of the main issues. Where's the money coming from? Lots of potential, though.
Any
Tons.
other comments? I think that's one of the things in strategic planning is not only to dream about where you might go, but how you're going to get there, right? So we dream and you guys figure out how, something like that. But yeah. Any other comments or questions? Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Sherwick. We appreciate your time and effort. So we good to continue? Everyone's, okay. So we have a request for a break, so we'll take a break till 11:15 if that's be Miss Hazelwood. So welcome back.
Hazelnut.
Hazelton.
Hazelnut.
Hazelton. Yes, sorry. I'm thinking of another person who used to be around here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no worries.
It's like Sherwick and Sherlock, right?
So Mike has asked us to do a high level of basically where we are sitting now versus, and some of the opportunities and challenges we have in each one of our departments. And one of the things I hope you notice as we all present is how interconnected we all are as departments, because we do work together all the time for different reasons. And so any adjustments you make usually impact one or the other of us. But in the last 6 years, we've streamlined a lot of our processes, and we did a major update to the land use bylaw in 2016. And in that review, we did make opportunities for development a lot easier. And we have, as a result, seen a significant increase in development over the years. And I wanted to build some context for you just so that you kind of see the overall permit numbers that we've had. 2020, we had 420. And in 2021, we've had 436. And that includes all of our safety codes and enforcement. What you typically see up front is the development and subdivisions, but there's a whole nother arena behind that we're dealing with. And just to give you a comparison, our numbers in 2015 were 297. So there has been a significant increase in workload and activity that we've seen. And surprisingly, our COVID years were very, very high. 2020 and 2021 were very, very high years for us. And then again, I've just included a slide, and Carolyn can get you copies of all of these, just to give you some of that activity and what we've been seeing over the years. So when it comes to future opportunities, one of the things that we deal with is the intermunicipal development plans, and those are starting to come up for review. They'll likely begin in the fall of 2022. We did a lot of those in a short period of time. The timelines the province gave us was very limited, and so we put a lot of them out. We have 3 that we have not previously done. They changed the legislation and we weren't required, and so Mountain View, Starland, and Stettler, we haven't done them. But we do have the opportunity to consider doing one with some of these as well as we see fit. One of the things too that we've talked about is just, and I know you've heard this a few times, is reviewing the current uses in the land use bylaw, so to help eliminate even more barriers to development. That also becomes a challenge, which I'll talk about when we get on that side. More communication and engagement. There is, and again, that's something that's come up a few times, and from our perspective, we have legislated obligations whenever we touch any of these major documents, but council consideration is always when you want to go beyond that level of consultation that's automatically required, and so those are things that you'll need to consider when if we're touching any of these major documents. And again, those may have budget implications. So the more engagement we do, the more obviously time and resource that are put into play. The other thing that we've mentioned here is retention, jobs for youth. You'll hear that theme throughout, but this is more from a planning perspective, and as we're doing development permits or as we're creating those opportunities, what is it that we can do that may open doors more for youth opportunities there? Again, that's a council consideration. Focused growth areas or random development. We have really opportunities in both, and I think we've seen a lot of developments that happen in like the wedding barn, for example, that are more out of the way areas but suit what they're doing there. And then we're also, you've talked about focused growth. Servicing limits are always the challenge, no matter where you put something. And so that's something, again, you'll probably hear several times with what council wants to do in those cases. The other challenge is we need to really work with urbans regarding growth opportunities. Is there cost sharing? That's been a little bit on the scope since we've done the intermunicipal development plans, but I think there's opportunities there that we haven't tapped into yet. And then when we talk about focused growth, that always has to be balanced with the actual ability to purchase land in those growth areas. And so those are things that are an opportunity, but also could be a challenge for a developer if they want to do something somewhere else. And then community-minded. That's something that, from a development perspective, we do enable nonprofits with, we don't charge them application fees when they're coming in the door. We get a lot of volunteerism, lots of servicing is done by nonprofits. So again, from a planning perspective, what can this look like? What other things, what other tools can we implement that will help bring that community-minded? And again, that always pairs with the retention of youth and other people in those communities, is to be tied in and connected in those ways. Future challenges is, and Mike touched on this a bit earlier, balancing growth with rural way of life. How is this defined? Because everybody we talk to would define that a little bit differently. So I guess it's putting some of that on paper and so that we kind of know where that balance sits. And we talked about removing barriers to development. So the challenge to that is the opportunity for comment changes, the appeal opportunity changes. There is a difference in how we have to condition, because if we, for example, make permitted uses, those conditions now have to reside in the land use bylaw. They're not conditions that we can attach outside of that. So that would be work on that land use bylaw and creating whatever permitted uses are there, making sure those conditions are attached to that document. And then it's looking at evaluating if we go broadly with more permitted uses, evaluating MPC and the number of people that sit at the table for versus the number of files that would be coming across. We have seen a decrease in subdivisions, and that's largely because the land use bylaw was changed and we removed a number of subdivisions you could have on a quarter section. So we have seen those numbers decrease. I imagine they're going to stay fairly level at where they are the last year or so. Hamlet, ex-Hamlet designations, we need some better alignment between our policies, our land use bylaw, and municipal affairs. So we have zoning for hamlets that are not in our policies noted as hamlets, and the municipal affairs has a lot more in their arena that have not been, the status hasn't changed as far as officially. And so they would have 7, I believe, is what they currently have. And so by policy, we look at 4, by land use bylaw, we look at 6, and then municipal affairs, I think, has 7. So we just need to align those. And so that's just something that happens internally that we would bring to council, would work on that. Hamlet zoning, again, creating more consistency in how they're zoned. A lot of the zoning's been in place forever. And so we want to have that opportunity to go through and actually use a district that matches the current use, and then make sure that all the hamlets are consistent across the board in how they're zoned. So that's some of our future challenges. Hamlet servicing issues. There's a lot of undeveloped lots in our hamlets, and we have a lot of permitted uses as well. But there could be servicing challenges in some of the areas. Depending on the hamlet, those challenges look different. But that, again, creates a difficult conversation sometimes when an applicant's coming in and they want to do something and they find out that they may or may not be able to service without good cost. We don't have a formal strategy for hamlets, and in my mind, this is much broader than the core infrastructure. We have a lot of policies with trees, back alley maintenance, snow plowing, facilities, sidewalks, street lighting, all those things could be built into a strategy. And so that's another thing that is a little bit of a challenge, because we have a lot of piecemeal things, but nothing that's been consolidated into a formal strategy. The banana NIMBY, that's always an issue. It was an issue when I was here 25 years ago. The tools are a little different now, and it seems to be a little bit louder. But those are always challenges. And again, with those challenges, it's trying to get appropriate information out the door, and always trying to educate in what policies, what's legislation, what's in place, and those types of things. So that's I don't foresee that as something that goes away anytime soon, but that's something that has always been a challenge. And then again, that communication and engagement. And the reason we put that on both sides is the resource and time that it takes depending on what that engagement looks like and whether or not if it's going to exceed the legislated obligations, which for the large documents, it's wise to do that. And I think mine's short and sweet. I didn't do a lot of pictures this time, but I don't know if there's questions but we will certainly make you copies and make this available to you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? All easy things, right? That's what you always bring us. Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Hazelton. I don't see any questions for you, so we're letting you off early and easy today.
Excellent.
So, Ms. Buchanan, you're back again. Welcome.
Hello again, Council. I'm sure you all missed me. Just kidding. Clearly, I have more pictures.
Whenever you're ready.
Oh, wrong one. Let me do it on this one. I am in a weird view when normal. Let's try that. There we go. We won't do any updates today either. All right. So I wish I could tell you this is going to be short and sweet, but as always, it's not usually. So this morning, I'm going to really pose more questions and provide more information that I'm really going to, instead of actually asking for anything. I'll start off with some statistics just to show council kind of where we're at today, some stats you guys haven't seen before. And then from there, we're going to, I put together basically 4 primary considerations for the Department for Economic Development moving forward. And just to be clear, as Mike said at the beginning, I'm not looking for answers today. I'm really just going to be posing a lot of considerations for future discussion when we go into strategic planning moving forward. So as I said, a little bit of stats. So first up, you know that we've been working on Explore Kneehill over 2021, and it was one of our biggest focuses for the department. So through this tourism promotion, I put together just some stats on who we supported and who we marketed and promoted. So during the campaign, which started in May, June-ish, depending on the platform, we assisted 28 municipal assets, so that's parks, campgrounds, rec facilities, and communities in general. We also promoted 29 events. Of course, we all know that events were quite a bit slower because of COVID. We already have probably close to a dozen events promoted right now for the region. We also promoted 55 independent businesses throughout the region. So that was just shares and promotions for tourism operators and businesses in the area. We, in total, completed over 350 posts about the region. So that's historical data, information, promotions, details on food tourism, where to find more information. So really just highlight the region as a whole in terms of tourism. And at the time I did this, which was sometime last week, we had 991 followers between our Facebook and our Instagram feeds. So we really are reaching a fairly big market at this point. So another big focus for us was business support services. So that's one of the primary functions of my role at this time, is really getting hands-on and assisting businesses in the region. As a rural community, we don't have a ton of support agencies right within our community. So I assist in sending people in the right direction to those programs and those organizations we have available to us. But sometimes this also means me sitting down and doing one-on-one supports for our businesses. So with that, in 2021, and I have to be honest, I really wasn't tracking the data, so this was me sitting down and trying to figure out a year's worth of data, but now we have a system going forward. But there was approximately 24 businesses that I assisted one-on-one or spoke to one-on-one. So that was everything from business visits, from providing marketing support, helping people set up social media and Google accounts. That includes, those numbers do include the spotlights as well. We promoted 271 events to the region in terms of training programs specifically targeted at businesses. We completed just over 100 social media posts on our own feeds, which really focused on funding opportunities, training opportunities, programs, organizations, partner projects, things like that. We completed 8 spotlights. So that's, you know, the research, the writing, the getting to know the community, and then of course the promoting. And then since 2020, we developed a pretty broad section on the website for businesses in our area. Looking at the stats from last year, we had just over 1,600 clicks on those pages. And I specifically broke out the stuff that was related to our tourism campaign, so it didn't really skew our numbers. So 1,600 clicks to just the business pages, but there was also another 34,000 clicks to the Things to Do page, which is our tourism asset inventory, again for the region, not just the county. And then there was about 13,000 clicks to our resource directory. So the resource directory holds all of our asset inventory, so all of those businesses and sites that you can visit in the region. So there's going to be a pretty big jump on that directory because of our Explore Kneehill campaign. That being said, though, that is also the directory that houses all of our residential services. So that's your doctors, health centers, schools, halls, all of that information as a resident that may be important to you. Now I'm going to look at my notes because I haven't done that yet. And there's a number of other programs and services and things we've done outside of this. We send targeted emails for funding. We really reach out to businesses when we know there's programs and supports that are really going to work for them. And then we work really closely, especially with partners like Community Futures Wild Rose, to bring our businesses on to their programming. We didn't include any of that in our numbers. So another thing we did over 2021 is we did some targeted sector training. So the big one for last year because of COVID-19 was our tourism training. So we knew that tourism right across the board was one of the hardest hit sectors in Canada, if not the world, because of COVID-19. So what we actually did is we offered 5 sessions over the summer. You're only seeing 4 today because I don't have the data from the one that the Drumheller Chamber hosted with us. And we actually partnered with Community Futures Wild Rose and Travel Drumheller to implement this training. We did that for a few reasons. One, we were expanding the courses to a broader market without duplicating our efforts. 2, we were really able to bring all 3 organizations together and really brainstorm what this sector needed to provide supports. And it also split up the cost of funding that was required to do these programmings. So it worked out to be a really good partnership. We did the 4 ones that we hosted through Kneehill County were the Alberta Tourism Information Services. So that's how to get your business online with Travel Alberta. We did food tourism with food tourism strategies, which really focused on our food producers in the region and our farms and what they could do to increase food tourism to their own business or their property. We worked with Alberta Health Services to do a sort of a summer-ready COVID training to talk about the regulations and rules that were in place over the summer months. And we did a marketing 101, which really was a, entry-level, easy to do today to get your business online so that you're easier to find when people are traveling to the region. So between those 4 programs, we had 61 registrations, and there was an additional 107 views of the recordings that we actually put on YouTube. Those weren't open to the public. Those were actually ones we sent out specifically to the sectors to make, if it was something we figured would be an interest to them. So something else that we really focus on with the economic development is that regional projects and partnerships. We're all stronger when we work together, so we really put a focus, especially on economic development, to make sure we're really, working as a group to accomplish as much as we can. So a few of those programs that stood out as we were putting this together, of course, our Explore Kneehill campaign through the Kneehill Regional Partnership. We worked with Community Futures Wildrose to develop the incentive program that we now offer for the community I'm going to say it wrong now. The Business Investment Partnership, that's what it is. Mastering Recovery. This was also a project that Community Futures Wildrose implemented. We worked closely with them to bring a number of businesses online to participate in that project. We also sit, actually myself and Councillor Christie sit on the Community Futures Community Economic Development Committee. I feel like we have to shorten some of these. And what we do in that capacity is we really work with Community Futures to determine regionally what all communities have in common for their needs. My role on that as well is really to assist kind of across the board where anybody needs help. A lot of the municipalities in the Community Futures region don't have economic development, so it provides an opportunity to really have some questions and answers go into their programming as well. We worked with Central Alberta Economic Partnership in their planning for their strategic plan. So we did some Q&A with them, and we actually participated in bringing in their contractor and looking at their RFPs to get that one going. We currently, you may have all seen, we just released the training for the Community Capacity Project. So that's something where ourselves and Trochu partnered with the Rural Development Network to really review what our newcomer issues and challenges and opportunities are in the Kneehill County region. We all know specifically with agriculture, labor is always an ongoing issue. So we have just released the training for that can go to organizations in the region to really learn what we have to do to develop that ecosystem that is really attractive to newcomers to our area. And then we just looked at the Tourism Talks training series that we partnered with Community Futures and Drumheller. Some of these were one time, a lot of these are ongoing. So another project that we've kind of looked at over the last year, which has been of particular interest to Council, is our internal investment readiness review. I just wanted to bring it forward as an update, just because this is one that there's always been a lot of questions that come forward on. So you can see we have made a small amount of additional progress in 2021, not huge leaps and bounds. So really where we're sitting on this is we've done everything forward facing at this point that we can develop that investment ready environment for our region. Where we sit now is a lot of that back end stuff that as we go into further discussions with this strategic planning, we'll talk about. This is things like the policies, the bylaws, it's looking at things like available land, business friendliness, business readiness. So we're kind of done the easy part of it. Now we're in the difficult part of it that's going to take time to really keep us rising up that chart. This is my least favorite topic, land. When you go online and look at what available land we have in Kneehill County, It's pretty safe to say none. So I did a quick inventory again, so as of February 8th, just going online, and this is for publicly listed land with realtors that would be suitable for commercial development. We have one business in Torrington, one existing business. We have a grand total of 8.6 acres in Kneehill County, which equates to 2 lots, which we can suspect were subdivided for acreages, but they're close enough to transportation routes that they could in theory be an industry. We have 2 vacant lots in Torrington, which I believe actually, I didn't finish looking, but they might be part of that bid process, so they may be gone as well. One of them was zoned industrial, the other residential. There were a few lots, but those were, again, when we look at our transportation routes and we look at zoning, those are ones that would make sense. There is 0 commercial land, 0 industrial land, and 0 business park availability. So this is going to be an ongoing issue. I mean, on one hand, you can look at the positive. If you have no land for sale, it's pretty safe to say your economy is really not that bad. On the other hand, it doesn't matter how much preparation we do, we're not going to attract anybody to a municipality that doesn't have anywhere for them to land. Now, this being said, I know of a couple landowners in the area that, you know what, they're willing to talk. It's not listed, it's not available to the public. They're willing to talk. You know, those are very specific locations that if the right investor comes along, we can connect them. But site selectors don't go to me first. Site selectors are looking online, they're going to their realtors, they're looking at available land. They don't talk to me until they're pretty confident that they want to be here. So in theory, we can scare off a lot of people without ever knowing they existed. Such a fun topic. I feel like Bill giving you all the bad news. So businesses, the other big question in terms of data as we look at all this, because in reality, if we're going to be supporting business, we need to know who they are. So we do have a fair amount of information now. So we've looked at our development permits, our tax reporting for our non-residential ratepayers, and we've purchased data from Dun & Bradstreet. We worked with Community Futures to obtain it at a discounted rate because it was a shared project. So we basically shared the cost across a couple municipalities. When that list was done, there was 550 names on it. So I don't think we have 550 businesses. Our provincial data says we have 24. I do, however, think we're going to probably find that we're in the range of about 300. I have some more reporting and narrowing down to do. There's a lot of challenges for us and for all rural communities as we try to obtain this information. So first and foremost, we don't actively collect it. We don't have a business licensing system. Most counties don't. The other issue we have is rural addressing. So the way businesses are sorted and dispersed through municipalities is actually based on their mailing address. So in Kneehill County, when you look at our 24 businesses that the province says we have, they're only actually looking at Torrington, Huxley, I'm not sure who else has. I have a list of it, but basically only those hamlets that have specific postal codes. Everybody else registers to whichever urban center their mail goes to. So there's still a lot of work we have to do on it. Like I said, my best guess were about 300. And that's all businesses. So that's farms with farm incomes, that's contractors, that's people that, you know, trucking companies, that's home-based businesses, basically anybody who submits taxes for a business ends up on that list. I thought I was going to have this done in the first 6 months of me working here. I've given up on that dream. But like I said, I think once we narrow it down and we really collaborate our data as well, because then we have, you know, on a development side, we have a name, but then on a registration side, we have a corporate number. A lot of the businesses are registered to the 2 law offices we have in our region. So there's still some work to do on it. But it gives us a much clearer idea, at least, of who we're servicing and how we're going to service them. With that data as well, I actually get to see their industry, their business, how many employees they have. There's some really great information there for us to work with. And then just a reminder, as we look at economic development in the region, there's quite a few plans that we follow, some internal, some external. So first and foremost for economic development is Council's strategic plan. We also have the Kneehill County Tourism Recreation Master Plan, the Horseshoe Master Plan. We've completed a number of our own data collection and reports thus far. So our investment readiness report, comprehensive land analysis, sector profiles, business plan, business guide, community data, etc. We follow very closely our municipal development plan and our land use bylaws. We look at the province's priorities, where we look at their investment and growth strategy. So Alberta, selling Alberta to the world. And then we have association supports as well. So our EDA investment readiness toolkit, ethics for EDOs, disaster recovery toolkits, et cetera, that we get through EDA. Did anybody have questions about the data before I move on to the nitty-gritty?
Any questions to this point? Boy, you're good.
So as I said, I've broken this kind of into four categories, so it's a little bit different in the way we laid it out. Really, again, because as economic development, we're really looking at the vision and the big picture. It's a lot less operational and a lot more based on what that end vision for the community is. So our first consideration for the strategic plan is business investment and attraction. This is defined as a municipality's preparedness in attracting, retaining, or growing business within the region. This is how we relate to pursuing focused growth. Council's existing plans, as I said, speak really strongly to this area. And in terms of attracting new investment to the region, there are a number of opportunities for our region to start with. So as we look at our BINA is kind of the acronym we work with here, but we have growth opportunities available for the region, including those specifically identified this morning, tourism, energy, agri-foods, metal fabrication. Those are sectors we could absolutely be targeting as we move forward. Tourism, energy, agri-foods currently align with the government's investment strategy, which may prove beneficial to obtaining funds in the future. Film presents another huge opportunity. We see the province of Alberta right now really commit a significant amount of resources to growing this sector. That sector is really focused around Calgary. So there's a natural zone for us to really start growing that sector. And as Barb and Shelby brought forward, you know, we're one step closer having those policies in place. We do have strong sectors and natural clusters already that exist in our region. One of them we spoke about this morning, so manufacturing around Linden. There's some agri-foods development going on. So we really do have some clusters that are already existing that we can build off of. We've seen significant organic, so that's business or developer-led investment in the region. When we look at things like Grains Connect, Cargill, Viterra, those are folks that have come into the region and they've worked primarily with landowners to really develop. They're not necessarily coming to me asking for a great deal of support. They're kind of growing on their own. Some planning has already been done around our tourism and recreation, which really makes that an easy sector to pursue. And with appropriate planning, there's great potential for regional collaboration and investment attraction activities. With every opportunity, of course, we have challenges. So as we just saw, lack of land is available for business growth or attraction. That's really going to hold us up. Available shovel-ready land is virtually non-existent in Kneehill County. So that's land that's been subdivided, zoned, serviced, and is actually available. Existing infrastructure was not built for commercial industrial use and lacks the capacity to service large industry. Lack of infrastructure and servicing can delay potential development and creates uncertainty for businesses looking to relocate. They're already on a time crunch. It's really hard to say, hold up, we have to figure out if we can get you the water, if we can connect you to sewer. We need to negotiate if we can make this happen for you. So the further we are in the line, the more opportunity we have. Existing policies can be prohibitive to businesses seeking connection to utilities and development of infrastructure. Developers are hesitant to invest in rural areas as there's generally not, they generally don't have the funds to really sit on an investment long-term. And when you're not a Rocky View County, you're going to be sitting on an investment for a while in a rural area. On the flip side, municipal development is an incredibly and costly endeavor with substantial delay on that return of investment. So you really have to look at the long term. If that's, you know, as Mike said it before, you can do this or you can do this. We just have to weigh the options to both. Do we want to get in the development game? Do we want to get in the partnership game? Do we want to get in the regional collaboration game? We have some challenges we have to overcome. What is the best way for us to go about it? Oh, did I go one too many? Broadband connectivity, that's going to be something that comes up again and again and again. You limit the size, sector, location of your industry without the appropriate broadband connectivity. We have some opportunities coming forward which are going to solve some problems. It's not going to solve all of them. As Elan indicated earlier, we have to stop waiting for somebody to come save us. And we have to start, you know, looking at some planning around this. The opportunity being, the bigger the company, and I mean the bigger companies, generally have the opportunity to find their own solutions. It's your small, medium enterprises that they need all the help the municipalities can give them. Investment growth requires additional planning around labor, housing, social services, et cetera, to maintain and grow population. It's not just as simple as bringing in the business. We then have to ensure we're doing the planning around, you know, where are we going to get the workforce? Where are they going to live? Do we have to look at partnerships around that as well? So there's really a whole social system that has to be looked at. Further clarity around collaboration frameworks, cost sharing of infrastructure, best practices, et cetera, is required to really develop an environment attractive to industry. As I said before, the less amount of guesswork an investor has coming into the community and the greater amount of work we've done to prepare to get there, things are just going to move a lot faster, and we're going to create a lot more trust and a lot more confidence in business in the region. The competition is fierce. Investment attraction is where municipalities are going as funds from the province, specifically issues like we have with oil field assessment. This is where municipalities are going. Many of Alberta municipalities have prioritized business investment and attraction, and they are further along than we are in terms of business readiness. This includes having available lands, having business parks in place, having access to infrastructure, having defined incentive programs in place. It's not a hurdle we can't solve, but it's just something we have to be cognizant of. And another issue we have, so the province maintains inequitable policies around assessments, safety codes, permitting policy. There's a number of issues where some businesses may get favored and others discriminated against based on the currently regulations that are in place. This is not something that can be corrected internally. It may, however, be a future consideration for lobbying efforts. It's definitely something we can chat about a little later on as well, what that specifically means to specific businesses. Sometimes it clicks, sometimes it don't. So a consideration when we're looking at business investment and attraction. Investment attraction, it's not an activity. It is an ecosystem that affects all aspects of a municipality. There may be substantial cost incurred in both time and money to develop business-friendly processes, build infrastructure, or even develop partnerships. There's going to be a cost and time incurred with that as well. Offer incentive programs and form partnerships. And I just put together a little chart to sort of show that ecosystem. As Barb said before, whatever we do on one side affects the other side. Council, I mean, it's your vision. You're setting the vision, the goals, and from those, that's where we develop the plan. Finance and budget, Where's the money coming from? There's currently no money set aside for any kind of conversation around big-scale investment attraction activities. Emergency services, whatever we develop, they have to be able to respond. There's policies, there's emergency response plans, there's bylaws, there's compliance, so it affects them as well. Parks and agriculture, they're already looking at things like the development around Horseshoe Canyon, but as we bring residents into the region, there's also parks and trails, there's, you know, development of adjacent properties, things that have to take into account as well. Infrastructure, we all need roads, and those roads need maintained. Agreements have to be put in place. We need to do the planning to determine if we're putting those roads in, are they servicing a business, are they servicing a subdivision? So knowing what the long-term plan for a region is as we start looking at that is really important. Environmental services, water and wastewater. That's always a tough one. You know, again, if we're gonna bring in a lot of development, we have to build those systems, and again, somebody has to maintain them. Development, policies, process development, reviews of the land use bylaw, MDP, IDP, and they're always firstly responsible for the applications, approvals, and compliance that come in as well. And then as economic development, as we look at it, we identify the opportunities and challenges, work to develop best practices, policies, process development. There's always an education piece. I work one-on-one with the investors, liaise internally with province to ensure sustainable development, et cetera. So it is, you know, that's just to give you kind of a glimpse of what that big picture looks like. So strat planning questions that I want to put forward to council. How serious is council about pursuing investment and diversifying our tax base? What resources, depending on how much we prioritize this, can be made available to obtain success in this area? And first and foremost, what is council's risk tolerance? Council has to make the decision, do we develop, do we not develop? You know, there's a huge financial implication there that has to be looked at. And like I said, it's not an answer today, it's a questions that all municipalities have to look at, and there's no easy answers. But like I said, when we look at investment readiness, we've kind of topped out at where we can go with our outward-facing support. Any questions to date, or just keep on moving?
Councillor Christie.
We have no land. How much land does it take to get started? Like, when I look at like Natook Center over there where it's a quarter section, wasn't really a crash and burn, there's some development there, but now the developers turned it over to Olds College because they took the write-off rather than any cash. We can't afford that kind of scenario. But to get the door open for a developer or development to come in, how many acres would it take?
Through the chair, there's no easy answer to that, because we have to identify who we're trying to attract and where we're trying to attract them to. So once we identify where we can put somebody, what we want to put there, and who that market is that we really want to attract, we can then define how much area we need. Somebody like you look at Sunterra Greenhouse, they need a lot of land. So if that's what we're trying to attract to the region, that's really going to determine how much land we need. Mike, you just said, how many acres was that subdivision you just mentioned? 40? 9? 80? 80 was a conversation I had just before this. So like I said, it's that long-term plan, because we can really, you know, just because we build it doesn't mean they're going to come. We really need to know who we're trying to attract. And we're not, you know, once we start attracting them, we don't get a lot of say over that either, but it's really just a focus on making sure your lot size, your size of, you know, water servicing, your size of roads, your transportation, that's all going to be built to handle a very specific market.
Any other questions at this point? Oh, Councillor Cunningham.
Just curious, Jacqueline, do you have any idea the number of like developments we've turned away because we don't have shovel-ready land?
I tried to do a quick inventory. I came up with that actually spoke to me. I think I had for sure 3 last year, 2 this year. There's probably more than that, but I don't track them. One of the 2 this year, we put back to the realtor and said, you know, just, okay, let me rephrase that. 1, we absolutely turned away. It was like, we got nothing. I can't even pretend I have something. We're not even going to try and respond to this. But where we look this year, a specific realtor reached out and we said, you know what, I don't have anything in the county, but if you talk to community A, B, or C, I think they may have what you're looking for. So it's all dependent on what is needed. I mean, a lot of people come in and they say, I need a 50 acres of land and a 10,000 square foot building already developed. Not a lot we can do. And I'm sure there's more than that too. Like I said, I didn't do a great job of tracking last year. When we come back this time next year, we're going to have a lot firmer numbers for you. One of the ones we turned away last year would have been substantial.
Reeve Whitstock.
Seeing how you brought up a specific example, was it the land that we didn't have, or what was missing?
For the one this year, they specifically were hoping to find a municipal-owned lot, which we didn't have. They needed highway frontage, which we don't have any available for highway frontage. And they needed it within a specific proximity to a urban municipality based on the nature of their business.
And the size of the parcel?
That was negotiable still.
Large or small?
It would have been a smaller one. It definitely, it wasn't a huge industry. It was a smaller one.
Okay, thank you for that.
They definitely, you know, we were able to say, you know, in these communities, this lot, and this lot might work for you, which is part of that regionalism as well, right?
Yep.
But certainly from our perspective in terms of trying to gauge where we should be going, some of that information would be very handy, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. And the stats state that they're 80% sure that they're coming to a region before they talk to the municipality. So how many people already said, well, this isn't, you know, right for me? But then you look at the flip side as well. When we look at that organic investment, we have some very substantial businesses here because they gave up on other regions. You know, after 2 years being drugged through a development process, they've come to Kneehill County and Barb's team were able to get them through the system. So there's both sides, right?
Okay. I assume you have more for us.
Of course I do. You don't look nearly bored enough yet.
Is that the criteria?
That's the goal?
Clearly I'm not looking over my shoulder though.
Okay, everybody put their head down on their desk and go to sleep. I'm just wondering if this is a good place to break for lunch or whether.
20 minutes, if they want, 20 minutes.
Yeah, so. Okay.
So we're not, we can go on then.
That's definitely the toughest conversation. So we can get through the rest a bit quicker, I think. So another area we looked at, of course, is business retention expansion. So business retention and expansion is the act of building, retaining, and expanding a strong business community from within. This sector of economic development focuses on building a pro-business ecosystem to help our existing businesses and entrepreneurs succeed and grow. With that, there's already a number of opportunities that we have to really grow this sector. So we currently have a comparatively small, but we have a very diverse and successful business community already in place. There is a clear entrepreneurial spirit that thrives in our region and really has been driving growth. We have seen significant organic, so again, industry-led growth in the region. So you look at our Sunterra and our Soliterra, that was developed from within. Local foods now, more than ever, has significant growth potential as consumers seek readily available, healthy, affordable foods. Home-based businesses continue to grow in the region as residents look to diversify their incomes, especially as, you know, some of the families lost their jobs between COVID and the oil field downturn. Many farms are starting to offer farm-to-plate sales as supply chain issues and inflation make shopping local much more attractive. The cost comparison has balanced itself out. It's no longer substantially more expensive to buy local. It's really kind of evening that playing field. Easements and COVID regulations should allow local businesses to start returning to relatively normal operations. If somebody could knock on wood, that'd be great. Kneehill County we've introduced our first incentive program. So we now have the Community Business Investment Program, so we can really start pushing that out. We will be releasing it publicly at a public session in March to really start promoting those local businesses. And further sector-specific incentives may spur continued growth. When we look at our challenges, we lack the necessary data to identify county businesses in a timely manner. As I mentioned before, we don't do business licenses. Rural addressing really messes with our numbers. This affects more than just my job when you look at it even from an emergency management perspective, a tax assessment incentive. Like, there's really a lot of things that this touches. It's a hard challenge to get past. A lot of our businesses still lack online presence, and it makes them really hard to locate and even harder to promote. Even through our tourism campaign, it became incredibly, we became incredibly aware how many people really aren't even promoting their own businesses or posting it to social media. This day and age, that creates a really big challenge. There continues to be a lack of engagement with the county as businesses still may not be aware of what programs are available to them. Further, businesses in the region may be identifying their closest urban center as their government or support agency. That sense of community really does take your rural community and ties them back to their closest urban center. So we need to keep working around how to grow awareness at that. Lack of incentives exist at a provincial level to incite growth and development of existing business. We throw a lot of money at new business, especially in sort of that tech area right now, but there's not a lot for existing businesses. One of the biggest challenges that local businesses note when I talk to them is a lack of support from local residents, or at the very least a lack of awareness of the services they offer. So that really is coming down to that marketing and promotion piece and how can we help. Honestly, we have not seen the end of COVID in terms of the financial impacts and implications, and we will not until the relief programs start requiring repayment. So that's December 31st, 2023 is when you have to have your repayments in, I believe, to get your, so if you say took out the RRF for the full 60,000, you have to be fully repaid by December 31st, 2023 to get that $20,000 freebie back. Those loans are due in full December 31st, 2025. So we are kind of in that little lull right now where people have started making money, but they haven't started paying back any of the funding they needed to receive to get to this point. So that's going to be a big conversation. Agriculture is expected to continue being plagued by drought conditions, inflation, and energy costs into 2022. I mean, that's what the data says to this point is it's a continuation into this year. At this time, Kneehill County has no formal relief programs in place or funds to assist sectors affected by disaster conditions moving forward. So that could be drought, that could be COVID, it can be any of those factors. It could be a major fire, and it could be another oil field downturn. Infrastructure and access to available land will continue to be a roadblock to business growth, even from within. I mean, if they have the land already, great for them. If they need to acquire it, that's a little bit more challenging. So considerations, business retention and expansion is one of the most cost-effective forms of economic development. It relies as much on external partners as it does internally. Dedication to this subsection of economic development is required to achieve growth from within. Impacts to the municipality are less disruptive than they are in investment attraction activities, as we're, actively starting to talk about diversifying our tax base. However, the rewards to the municipality itself may not be as substantial. It's not necessarily going to be great amounts of new assessment, but financial rewards, yeah.
Just remind you to use your microphone.
So again, I just wanted to show that ecosystem again. It's not, as I said, it's not quite as disruptive. There's still impacts to finance, to council, development, economic development, and then there's a lot of external partners that come in and assist us with this process because we can't be an expert at everything. So my questions for council as we move forward: should these businesses receive the same considerations as residents when plans, policies, and programs are being developed for the county? I'm not saying receive the same treatment or the same weight within these plans, but as we are looking at road plans and land use bylaws, should we be saying, how does this affect residents and how does this affect businesses? And what can be done moving forward to further incent growth from within, to really support these businesses to be able to succeed and to grow? Questions on that one?
So really, based on what you've presented, is with the existing businesses, as Councillor McGee pointed out, the benefit to the county is just the long-term economy.
Absolutely.
There's not really a tax, property tax or other benefit that necessarily would be realized, such as if you had a new business come in and build new infrastructure.
Yes, I would agree with that statement. I mean, there is a major social impact from growing businesses within. There is a major, like you said, community and economic impact from growing business from within. There is still a positive result when we look at assessment, but you may be looking at $1 million renovation instead of a $600 million build. And there's different levels for everything, right? A new investment could be $500,000, and that equates to your growth from within. It's just, what's that risk level to obtain that $600 million build?
You also pointed out that part of the problem in terms of trying to track and see what's available or what's here is that a lot of businesses just aren't visible from a online presence point of view.
Yeah.
And so some of the things that you've been doing is, like with the companies that you've been working with, is to help them develop that. That's correct?
Absolutely. We also will, we did sign the MOU with Community Futures Wildwood Rose to be implementing that digital program. So that'll be starting this year as well, where we're bringing in hands-on support to sit down and help these businesses. To be adequately supported by that program, you have to kind of at least be entry level. But there are other supports they'll receive as well. If you don't have a Google listing, you maybe don't need a lot of support setting up your online sales platform. So there's that give and take in there.
Okay, so where are we at?
We have 2 more, but I think they're going to go relatively quick.
Okay.
So tourism development. So this is my 3rd consideration for council. This one, Shelby's already touched on a lot of it. You'll notice that I'm not really mentioning a lot about Horseshoe Canyon because really the development side is something that Shelby and her team are already working on. So in terms of opportunities, Kneehill County has growing number of tourism operators. And again, these are organic. So we look at Kirk's Alpaca, Cooley-Side Campground, Horseshoe Canyon Campground. These are all tourism developments that have popped up in the last couple of years. With our close proximity to Calgary, tourism has a huge potential for growth. We touched about that in our sector profile, how many people, travelers are within our boundaries. Kneehill County has 2 high-level destinations that attract visitors to Kneehill County. So these are destinations that you are going to get in your car to drive specifically to for no other reason than to go to these 2 destinations, Horseshoe Canyon and Dry Island Buffalo Jump. Those provide a lot of opportunity for us to further promote travel throughout the region. Film provides a huge economic opportunity for tourism in the region. Visitors want to relive their favorite moments from the big screen. The more film we have in the region, the more tourists are going to follow. On-farm tours and experience are becoming increasingly popular, so Kirk's Alpaca is a good example of that. Food tourism has substantial room to grow and has received interest from local producers already when we did the food tourism training. It was a small but incredibly engaged group. The data indicates that our partnership for the Explore Kneehill campaign has been very effectively to this point, increasing tourism marketing and travel to the region. The federal and provincial governments continue to consider tourism a major growth sector and have been funding it accordingly. It's one of the areas where I can most confidently tell you if you check these boxes, we might be able to find you some money. COVID restrictions easing, we are already seeing an increase in events. So we're going to have more opportunity to move forward. And events are a huge economic opportunity for tourism. As Elan mentioned earlier, it's new cash injected into the community. Challenges, of course, staff and financial capacity. The staffing and financial capacity required to promote tourism regionally is currently the majority responsibility of Kneehill County. That at this point is going to limit how much we can grow in that area. There's very limited winter activities and destinations available to visitors over the winter months. This equates to a reduction in cash being injected into the economy over the winter seasons. We have a strong summer, not so strong winter. Many of our operators and our municipalities, to be honest, are not tourism ready. Tourism ready indicates that staff have been trained in customer service, facilities are clean, updated, and meet the expectations of the visitors. Web presence and social media presence is active and consistent and contains engaging images and content. Businesses are listed on Travel Alberta and in Explore Kneehill. Necessary permits and licensing is in place through the county and through the province. Emergency response plans are developed and active, and commercial insurance is in place. Those are just kind of a couple of the big ones on the checklist. Kneehill County no longer has a destination management organization, as we've seen the dissolution of Canadian Badlands. That's a challenge to us. We no longer have that overarching entity to help promote us provincially and nationally. Regulations around on-farm tourism is still inconsistent and somewhat confusing at a provincial level. So confusing. Provincial funding programs are inconsistent, and when they are released, they often have very short application periods. So even though they're there, they can be difficult to get your hands on. Tourism service sectors obtain some of the highest amounts of COVID lending. As we just talked about, that lending hasn't been recalled yet. So considerations as we move forward, tourism generates wealth and jobs for communities. However, there's also an impact to the social services, infrastructure, emergency management, all due to the influx of traffic and visitation. Careful planning is required to develop a sustainable tourism ecosystem. I just put the little chart on there. That's kind of your, the check boxes you want to hit. And our strat planning question for today: what is this council's long-term vision for tourism development and promotion in Kneehill County? And what is our vision for the region? How do we want to move forward? What is our focus going to be in this area? Questions or plug along? We only have one more after. This is it.
I'm not seeing any questions, so you're standing between us and lunch, right?
Notice how I keep talking faster.
Go ahead.
So maintaining the rural way of life. I think by now you all know that this is something I keep bringing back to you. We do have a lot of opportunities in this area. As a result of our citizen satisfaction survey, it does indicate that we provide a quality of life and livability that would be required to attract residents and industry to the region and make our existing residents happy. I believe 79% indicated a positive quality of life. Kneehill County is an ideal location for the new work-from-home labor force with easy driving distance to Calgary and Red Deer. Stats Canada, just as a side note, indicates that 80% of the teleworkers, approximately 32% of all Canadians, this is a huge potential for residential, this indicates that 80% of teleworkers, I deleted something in there, my bad, have an expectation to continue working from home, whether full-time or as a mixed work from home, work from office culture. That is about 32% of all Canadians worked from home. There's huge potential here. We can definitely promote that for residential attraction to the region. At this time in history, people are actively seeking out that slower, more community-focused, healthier, safer way of life. Our rural way of life provides tourism opportunities as travelers seek to understand the history of the region, learn more about where their food comes from, and spend time with locals. We are agriculture. We are history. We get it. Kneehill County's existing policies are currently structured for residential growth, providing great opportunity for residential attraction. We make it pretty easy. Kneehill County has a mentorship culture and a strong community builders that are actively engaging and supporting in youth. So as Mike indicated earlier, we still have work as a county to do there, but we have a great community that's working really hard on this one. With that, we still have the challenges. We have not yet identified what Kneehill County's rural way of life is, what it means to us, or what it means to our community. We really need to look at that and define it. Lack of broadband connectivity may result in us missing out on that outward migration of remote workers. They might not be coming out here because we can't guarantee they have the broadband connectivity they need to still be able to do their daily work. Community infrastructure, when we look at our halls, rec facilities, etc., are required to maintain resident satisfaction. However, construction and maintenance of these facilities are often beyond rural municipalities' capacities. What options do we have there? The desire to maintain a rural way of life often collides with the desire to attract and develop businesses. Careful planning is required to ensure that we balance the virtues of both, as one cannot succeed without the other. Businesses generate wealth for a community and provide jobs to residents. They also are community builders, the people that are planning events, building community facilities, they're volunteering, funding programs and organizations, and they're really fostering our internal growth. Our residents are our history, our community, and our sense of home. They teach our children, they grow our food, and they lend a hand in time of needs. They are our workforce, our volunteers, and our community leaders. How do we keep them both happy? How do we balance growth? Limited opportunities for youth engagement and professional growth are available in rural communities in general. That's an Alberta problem, not pretty overwhelming. A lot of the program that we do have is focused on youth over 18. We're lucky to have programs like Community Futures in place that are really focusing on bringing some program into our schools, because they're one of the few organizations that look at those youth under 18. Considerations. Without identifying the unique rural features that we want to obtain, we cannot proactively work to protect or promote them. Infrastructure Canada actually has a rural economic development strategy, and in it states rural Canadians have bright ideas for the future. They want to work in partnership and diversify their regional economies, build on local resources and attributes, evolve their business models, and combine old and new ways that make sense for the community. Rural Canadians say that if a community is going to be successfully take full advantage of opportunities, its strengths and its attributes must be considered. These strengths and attributes can include proximity to natural resources and availability of transportation, skilled workers, and other supporting infrastructure. Some municipalities were clear in the interest and capacity existed within their communities, but an absence of broadband and the right investments at the right time were holding them back, particularly in shifting the digital economy or adopting more effective connected technology. That was a survey that was done in 2019. So strat plan in question. What is Kneehill County's definition of a rural way of life? What are our strengths and our attributes that we want to maintain? And what are our unique features to promote? What is our unique selling proposition as we look at residential attraction? Final thoughts, because I can hear your lunches being open. So really at the end of the day, again, like I said, these are just questions for council. I wanted to provide information on both sides so that council had the information they needed to really set that vision. As a reminder, economic development encompasses everything, capitalized, bold. It is everything. What are this council's priority areas of focus? No one has adequate time or adequate money to do everything and to do it well. Kneehill County Economic Development is a department of one. By identifying our long-term vision, we can then hyper-focus our available staff and financial resources at achieving whatever that vision is. And if council wants, and really at the end of the day, what we are asking is for council to identify the what and the why. And then we as administration put together the how.
Questions, comments?
Queries, concerns?
I noticed you didn't say anything about hyperactivity in the Economic Development Department, although we know that you are quite capable, so.
That's how we thrive.
Okay, Councillor Christie?
We just put up new signs with Canadian Badlands on there, and now they're disillusioned. How do we put "We are Canadian Badlands" on those signs?
Through the chair, I think that's a really good place to put a sticker that says Explore Kneehill. Reality is Canadian Badlands is going to succeed as a brand. It's just not going to continue as an organization. It is a geographical region.
Any other questions, comments? If not, our thanks.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Mr.
your
Chair, Council. Lunch is
presentation
served.
and your energy. Thank you. We will adjourn at this time for lunch. And We'll call the meeting back to order, and we'll continue with our strategic planning presentations. So,
I know.
Ms. Grossfield, you're next.
Thank you, Council, and good afternoon. So we will start with the peace officers in public safety. So our current environment is that Kneehill County is an authorized employer of community peace officers since 2005, 2006, somewhere in there. We have 3 level 1 community peace officers who all have appointments to conduct enforcement of the Traffic Safety Act and other acts that are listed on their appointments. CPOs are guided through the Solicitor General's office, and there is a Peace Officer Act and manual that they must follow. We have an enforcement officer bylaw as well, and that may or may not be a CPO. It could be somebody else who's appointed as an enforcement officer, such as like municipal bylaws specifically. So it does guide our processes on enforcing those municipal bylaws. We have contracts with all of our urbans for bylaw enforcement as an on-call basis, and then we have 2 of them right now that we do a certain amount of patrols. We operate on a complaint basis for bylaw enforcement within the county, and our focus is based on bylaw enforcement and traffic enforcement through an education-based approach to get compliance. Public safety and community building and infrastructure protection, all our focuses. And we now pay a portion of the RCMP policing in Alberta, which is part of our budget. Future opportunities for peace officers and public safety. So this is kind of something that we've talked about for a while, is creating a community standards bylaw, and that would kind of speak mostly to hamlets. It's something that we have in draft and we've never really brought it to you. And it would be taking some of those untidy premises, maybe some noise complaints, so just kind of one general bylaw that would talk to community standards across Kneehill County. And so what we're kind of asking is like, what would the balance, what is the balance that council would like on that? If that ever did get brought in, it's just kind of, right now we're on complaint basis, right? So if we go to a community standards bylaw, is that something that you want to pursue? And then again, how does that reflect rural quality of life when they're in those hamlets? And that might even have something to do with a bit more of that hamlet strategy that I know planning had kind of talked about. It's not only core infrastructure, but like what are our hamlets looking for enforcement type issues going forward? Further program development, so we do have opportunities for a school resource officer. Natalie kind of is the charge of that position, and she's doing rather well. This week she's doing talks on bullying, I can't remember what it was. And yeah, so she's 2 full days at the Three Hill School this week coming up, so. Community building, just a little bit more on building capacity, doing some more education sessions, such as like those farm talks and stuff like that, now that we can kind of get back into the groove. And then CEPTED, which is crime prevention through environmental design. Again, we have peace officers who've taken the course, but whether or not we have the resources and the time to pursue that in a little bit more fashion. Infrastructure protection under the new traffic bylaw, and that's ongoing, and we're bringing that back even on the road bans here shortly. And then we may apply for further acts to be added to the CPO designations or appointments. And so we have received some requests to help with RCMP and FCSS. We do not currently have the Mental Health Act as listed on their appointment, but that is something that we could add if we wanted to. And then the other one is the single and double digit highway patrols. Right now we can't do the number 9, 27, 21 corridors. And that's kind of been amended here just recently, that we can actually apply now and patrol those areas if council so chooses. Future challenges, balance and enforcing those bylaws and how it relates to the rural quality of life. Does council want to be proactive in those cleanups? We could change up the strategies when it comes to that, if that's something that council wants to do. You know, lots of the communities put in bins and stuff like that into a one-time cleanup for their communities, or there are different strategies that we can use. And of course, there is bylaw enforcement as well. We have had some people call in about some farms and some acreages, and that's a whole new kind of ball game, and that relates kind of to the land use bylaw as well. So just trying to follow some of those processes, and with that, those are lengthy processes. So you bet.
How does that also reflect then in how our partners keep law enforcement? Because I think some of those places have been found to be where there's all kinds of infractions happening from crime way beyond outside of our even community comes into those places and acreages and stuff.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm not exactly sure what you're asking.
That's because I really mumbled a lot of the details. I understand that some of the crime that is not necessarily from our own community is finding those locations, the acreages that are abandoned in the wreck, and have become quite a concern for law enforcement outside of our own peace officers. And how do you see that as part of that question?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, any opportunity where there's an empty property is an opportunity for bad things to happen, I think. And I think it's just it's more of an education for the neighbors to be able to report those suspicious activities to the RCMP. Because again, we do not have the criminal act under our appointments. Does that answer your question? Okay. Where am I? So infrastructure protection, balancing the enforcement while recognizing the needs of ratepayers and impacts on the roadways. Again, we have 3 officers now, and I actually confirmed with our comparator municipalities in our area, Stettler, Wheatland, and Mountain View, and they all do have 3 officers as well. So kind of a good comparison that we're kind of on track there. Animals, we do have a new animal bylaw that is going to be able to be used as a tool if needed to enforce animal control. We do have a contractor for this now as well. So if there's any dogs running at large or anything like that, we can call in a contractor and they will do the work. We don't have the equipment, we don't have the training, we don't have the facilities, and we do not handle livestock. So, which is all, again, very costly. So that's why we hire contractors and we get the experts in to do those things right now.
Question, Deb? Sorry, through the chair.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilor Painter.
The contract, is it in rural too, or just in our hamlets to pick up some of those dogs that are wandering in that?
Yeah, through the chair, it's actually only in the county. Yeah, unless there's a public danger, we don't have that service available for our towns and villages within Kneehill County.
I was just wondering if it was just in the hamlets, but you couldn't be out, doesn't matter hamlet, it's just county period, okay.
Yes, correct. And then just a reminder, should council change the level of service, we may need additional resources. There are other programs that are running in other counties that are very heavily, they have a traffic focused and they're mandated to have this many tickets written in their county. So if that's something that council requires, we may have to look at some different balancing in the focuses of the program. And then for some reason, that's popped down again, but the last one is provincial changes to the peace officer program. And so kind of as you know that the new manual is coming out this month for the peace officers under the Alberta Solicitor General. So they're releasing that hopefully, and we can review it and see what we need to change in our policies. There's been I don't know if you've heard or not, but the Lazenby inquiry, and that led up to, so there was a peace officer that went missing and actually got killed in the line of duty. And so there's been updates to those policies since then. And so one of them was monitoring 24/7, like as long as they're on shift, they have to be monitored. So we put in that system this past year to monitor our peace officers all the time with Lacombe Police Service. And then they also have AFRAX radios as well so that they can talk to the other departments straight up so that they're able to call them. So just a few things that safety-wise are coming out of some of the past experiences or law. And then best practices. So one of them being body cams is what we had put forward into the budget deliberations considerations. So they're being added now to many peace officer programs, not all, but many peace officer programs. It's just kind of an accepted best practice now. I do have one more thing that I kind of had a note here. When our peace officers as enforcement officers, when they go in and do bylaw enforcement, they have to follow professional standards. So they're not able to, they are under very strict policy when it comes to complaints. So if they get a complaint against them, such as like a harassment complaint, like we can't constantly be going to some of these properties because they can be harassed, right? They can get a harassment on their appointment and then that puts their appointment in jeopardy. So they do kind of follow a process, and I think that this council has been very respectful of that process in enforcing bylaws. So I kind of just wanted to mention that as a challenge, because sometimes we're asked to go quite far, and there's some things that we just can't do too much of it. Otherwise, we're kind of on that border of that. Are there any questions on the peace officer program?
Anyone have any
I
questions?
see Jerry, he's thinking.
Councillor Cunningham.
Actually, not a question, just a kudos. We had some horses on the loose out in my division here a few weeks ago, and one of the peace officers came out and got that all taken care of very quickly and safely. So just wanted to say thanks for that.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, I think you're good to go.
Okay. So we're, okay. So emergency management. So current environment for emergency management. Kneehill County and Urban Partners have been working regionally in emergency management since 2005. We have made it official with a ministerial order in 2020. A regional advisory committee meets annually, which is your appointed councillors to that committee. So I think we have the two that are appointed to that committee, plus the CAOs and the DEMs. The agency meets 5 times a year as well, and that's the CAOs and the DEMs. And Kneehill County is currently the regional coordinator. The regional plan is being updated right now currently by the agency partners. It was just presented as draft here about a month ago. So opportunities. So collaboration, of course, is still our #1 opportunity to continue to train and respond to emergency management, not only within Kneehill County, but kind of beyond our borders as well. The Central Alberta All Hazards Incident Management Team, we have 3 staff on this currently, and then we have 3 more being trained. This also offers like another level of training for those CRAMIT members. So we continue to build the team to ensure that we have enough support if we need in future events. So this is just in Central Alberta, and it's made up of a whole bunch of municipal DEMs and people who will respond at any notice. Designing an emergency management command post trailer. I know that this has kind of been ongoing for about 1.5 years, and it's we just kind of keep looking at other people's trailers. We're going to be going and doing a bit of a road trip. We just want to make sure that it's not over what we need, but yet kind of just like a warm-up trailer or a command post for an emergency event. I also have added kind of a couple more in there too. So working with planning in regards to emergency response plans at the development permit stage. So that's kind of been a recent opportunity that we've kind of tacked on to the development permit stage, just to try to get those ahead of time, those emergency response plans, and to get those businesses thinking about when they're doing their if there is an emergency, either at their place of business or while they're doing an event. So that's kind of something that we're trying to put forward in those community events. And then working with industry, so oil and gas on emergency response training. So oil and gas must provide our emergency response plans to us. And so as a municipality, we have that opportunity to train with them. We sometimes get invited to some of the training that they do. And it's always a great learning experience to see. I know we had attended one, and it took them an hour and a half before they called 911. Just the way that their systems worked before fire would have even got there. So it was very interesting just to see how their internal systems and what we can provide. Anyway, it was really interesting. So it's just a really good opportunity to do training with them. So future challenges of emergency management. So provincial changes to keep up with the demands of the Emergency Management Act and the local authorities' emergency regulation. Continued training and preparation of our response teams and planning material to remain a priority. Again, this requires time and resources to do so. Risk assessments with developments, adjustment of plans and processes and mitigation. And disaster recovery program is changing to a cost share approach. We may need to look at funding for future incidents a little bit differently. In 2001, we received $389,000 through the disaster recovery program for our 2018 spring flood. But this would have looked a lot different under this new programming that the provinces come in, because we would have had to share, we would have had to put out a cost for it. So anyway, that's kind of just
a quick
there.
question. Do you know what sort of the cost share proposal looks like?
I don't have the details right now. Yeah, but I can definitely get those for you.
Okay, Councillor Penner.
For sure.
And you probably can get into this later. Does this mean that those of us that applied privately, it's a whole new program will be going underneath this or not? Through that disaster recovery program?
For privates, I'm honestly not really sure about private people and what their applications are. I could definitely look at it, but I know municipalities, what they're looking at is that we would cost share for like mitigation. So if we're building berms, the province isn't going to come in and just build a berm for you. They're going to say, no, it's cost sharing. You're going to be helping with the mitigation of this. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't, they're trying to make the county look after it all within their county if there was a disaster, but no, it's just the municipality ones.
Any other questions? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so fire services, so our current environment. So in 2003, following a review, we were setting up for a regional service. So we had districts, district fire chiefs, we had a change in the mapping, and we actually have 7 districts, including Drumheller is one of those districts in that bylaw. So it was not fully implemented, and we have a bylaw that doesn't really reflect our current state, especially after the ICF negotiations were done. So ICF fire sub agreements were completed. The level of service review also has been proposed to the Kneehill Regional Partnership, and so that's going into the exploration of that. And then we operate one fire department, which is Torrington, and we have a rural fire chief who's largely administrative and provides scene support if necessary. Opportunities. So we already operate regionally in many aspects of fire. However, we could further this, and some of that we're working on right now. There's a fire department committees, I guess, all the fire departments have representatives, and they're working on SOGs right now, which are standard operating guidelines. So they're trying to make one document to go forward, just like our last one in 2003. And of course, that level of service policy. The fire sub-agreements have reflected the needs of all of our councils and ratepayers, and we see efficiencies in working together for our ratepayer needs. And when firefighters train together, it builds efficiencies on scenes and training to standard levels. The Live Burn Training Center was installed in 2016 and is a regional asset. And then just, I added a bullet because people were talking about youth. So the Torrington Fire Department is actually looking at developing a junior firefighter program. That's kind of similar to what Trochu is doing as well. So. Future challenges of fire service. So risk assessments to be updated and completed to reflect where the gaps may be in our fire service. And that might include businesses in there as well. Adjustments on sub-agreements through the ICF negotiations. Those are coming in 224. What works, what doesn't work, those kind of, well, we'll have to do a bit of a review of that. And then fire safety codes officers. So this is very specialized and quite expensive to train and conduct those investigations, and they may impact calls for service. We run currently a regional program. We run under a quality management plan that we have with Acme, Carbon, Linden, and Trochu. Three Hills has their own quality management plan and their own fire safety codes that they run on themselves. So. So what that means is that it's always through us that we hire the safety codes officer, and then they'll go into any of those and do the inspections for them, and then we bill back the municipalities. Yeah, and so right now we're using a contractor. We do have 3 officers that we have kind of like internally, who are firefighters in our area, plus Dan, who is also a fire safety codes officer. The province does continue to make changes to this program though. That definitely impacts us down the road. So like one of the examples is the petroleum tanks. Those are no longer, they disbanded petroleum tanks and they've put it back to the they disbanded the organization that used to look after them, and they've put it back to the province. And so to try to find a fire safety codes officer that will come out and do an inspection on a tank move is difficult to do. So, and it might take, it's very lengthy. So that's kind of a bit of our challenge, is just to keep up with the provincial changes again on safety codes. And I think that's it. Are there any questions?
So you mentioned that the safety codes training and investigations are quite expensive, and the province sets the guidelines, et cetera, et cetera. Do they contribute any funding towards? Just wanted to get it out there.
No, they don't. And some of the training was like if you were a firefighter and you had, I don't know, like it was very simplistic training, and then they changed it all to all these different groups. And so what our existing officers used to do, they can't do anymore. And so it's not only, it's public inspections of buildings, right? Like all of our arenas are supposed to be inspected on a timeline, right? So that, and re-inspected. And I mean, there's lots of them that are very, very old. The inspections are done, and we just don't have the resources to go and do all those public buildings. And yet it's our responsibility to do so. So we're getting there. It's just taking us a little bit to do that. But no, the province is not helping with that, other than offering the training.
So that includes all the occupancy loading and that kind of thing in all these public facilities? Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay, any other questions to this point? Boy, looks like you've got your job done.
Put you to sleep. Perfect.
Was that your goal?
Well, thanks.
Thank you. So do we have somebody else in the queue, or is that the?
That's No, that's it that's it for now. There are a couple of the closed session items that I think the group wants to talk with you about, but in terms of the open presentations, that's it. Yeah, and we're hoping that raised some questions for council or gave you some food for thought as we stated off the opening, but that's it for today.
Okay, so we have a number of things we need to talk about in closed session. FOIP Section 17, 21, and 25. Would somebody care to make a motion to put us into closed session? Councilor Christie?
I'll move us into closed session to do with FOIP.
So, so we have a motion to put us into closed session. Section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy. Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relationships. And Section 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body. So all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. We'll wait. out at 2:36. We recessed to allow the public to come back. And it's now 2:37. I'll make the motion to adjourn.